Chapter 788. While the Beast King and the black-robed man were fighting, Ji Tianqing launched a fierce attack on the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man was at the 7th level of Sky Origin stage. He was also wearing a cloak to hide his face. His chi was also more powerful. Ji Tianqing could tell that this man was the leader of the two guards. If so, the talisman of control was most likely on him. In order to end the battle quickly, he didn't even try to test the opponent. He used his best skill right from the start. White Tiger Sacred Sword. Ji Tianqing shouted angrily. His body glowed with golden light. His body merged with the golden light and turned into a huge golden sword that was over 100 meters long. The huge sword was burning with golden flames and turned into a sacred white tiger. It pierced through the night sky and pierced towards the purple-robed man. Ji Tianqing was at the peak of the 6th level of Sky Origin stage. He was only one step away from the 7th level. Now that he was attacking with all his strength, he was as powerful as a cultivator at the 9th level of Sky Origin stage. The power of the White Tiger Sacred Sword was extremely horrifying. It could destroy the heaven and earth. When the White Tiger Sacred Sword pierced through the night sky and reached the purple-robed man, his expression changed drastically. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. This man is only at the 6th level of Sky Origin stage. How can he use such a horrifying sword skill? How is this possible? This thought flashed through the purple-robed man's mind. He was indescribably shocked and horrified. He couldn't even think about blocking or dissolving the attack. He used his secret skill to run away without hesitation. 5 Chi's Unification. The purple-robed man waved his hands and activated all his martial arts. He used the 5 Chi's Unification to temporarily increase his fighting power. All of a sudden, the 5 Chi's Unification doubled his fighting power. He was almost at the 8th level of Sky Origin stage. Dark Shadow Escape. He shouted angrily again and used an upper-grade Sky Origin stage secret skill. It was the Dark Shadow Escape skill. It was used for escaping and assassination. When he used Dark Shadow Escape, his tall and burly body immediately turned into a hazy shadow, as if he had merged with the darkness of the night. Shwa! His figure flickered twice and teleported 100 meters away. He narrowly dodged the White Tiger Sacred Sword's attack and brushed past it. Phew, the purple-robed man had experienced the thrill of walking through the gates of hell. He let out a long sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, he thought that he was lucky enough to keep his life. Just as his mind relaxed, he suddenly realized that he was wrong. Big mistake. The White Tiger Sacred Sword, which had already missed its target, had actually locked onto his aura. Suddenly, it changed direction and charged towards him with an even more violent and overbearing momentum. The White Tiger Phantom wrapped around the giant golden sword also extended its huge sharp claws and opened its bloody mouth, pouncing towards him with a momentum that could suppress heaven and earth. The purple-robed man was in despair. His face was pale and his heart was dead. He had just used the 5 Chi Unification secret technique to forcefully double his strength, and then used the Shadow Escape secret technique. At this moment, his true essence was lacking, and his strength was empty. It was absolutely impossible for him to use it again. He could only look on helplessly as the White Tiger Sacred Sword slashed towards him. He had no chance to dodge at all. Bang! Amidst a deafening explosion, the White Tiger Sacred Sword pierced through him, engulfing his figure. His true essence protective armor and the armor he wore were as fragile as porcelain under the terrifying might of the White Tiger Sacred Sword. With a "kacha" sound, the true essence protective armor and the armor collapsed and shattered. His body was also split into 2 halves by the White Tiger Sacred Sword. Blood splattered all over the sky. Until the moment of his death, the purple-robed man still couldn't figure out who that white-robed youth was. This person was only at the 6th level of the Sky Origin stage. How could he use such a terrifying peerless sword art that could erupt with the might of a 9th-level Sky Origin stage expert? The purple-robed man didn't even have time to think about these questions. He didn't even have time to scream before he was instantly killed by the white tiger sacred sword. The two halves of his corpse fell from the night sky, spraying a dark red rain of blood. Under the illumination of the dazzling golden light, it was especially shocking. Swish! The light of the white tiger sacred sword suddenly disappeared. Ji Tianqing's figure appeared. He was still in his white robe, untainted by a speck of dust. His expression was calm and composed. Although this white tiger sacred sword was his ultimate move with all his strength, it instantly killed the 7th-level Sky Origin stage purple-robed commander. But he didn't use too much true essence to use this sword art. To him, instantly killing a 7th-level Sky Origin stage expert who didn't have any protective treasures was just a matter of flicking his finger. It was a piece of cake. He stood in the night sky and looked down at his feet. He saw the two halves of the purple-robed commander's corpse falling into the forest. Thus, he waved his hand and shot out a giant palm condensed from golden light. He caught the two halves of the corpse and brought it back. At the same time, the little black dragon flew over from afar like a shooting star. Ji Tianqing casually tossed the purple-robed commander's corpse to the little black dragon, allowing it to carry it back to the temporary stronghold on the mountain peak. After the little black dragon carried the corpse away, he turned his head to look at the night sky to his right. 10 miles away, the Beast King was still fighting fiercely with the black-robed commander. Both of them were heavily injured. Blood flowed from their bodies, but they were still locked in battle. Ji Tianqing's lips curled into a cold smile. He hurriedly rushed over. He concealed his aura and silently approached the battlefield. While the black-robed commander was unprepared, he brazenly used his ultimate move. Crimson Dragon Flash. He waved his hands and released a 20-meter-long flaming sword. He blasted it towards the black-robed commander's back. The black-robed commander was in the middle of fighting the Beast King. He was caught off guard by the sneak attack from behind. He was immediately frightened. His eyes flashed with anxiety and fear. He instinctively dodged to the side. He waved his sword and sent out a few giant sword rays. He wanted to block the attack of the Crimson Dragon Flash. However, the Crimson Dragon Flash easily destroyed the sword rays and hit him in an instant. Bang! The black-robed commander's body was immediately pierced through by the Crimson Dragon Flash. A large bloody hole the size of a wash basin appeared in his chest. His internal organs were destroyed. His skin and flesh were charred black. He died in an instant. The battle was finally over. The Beast King breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tianqing, you acted in time. Otherwise, I would have to exchange more than 100 moves with him before I could defeat him. This place is not far from Azurewood City. If we don't end this quickly, I'm afraid our battle will alarm the powerhouses of Azurewood City. Ji Tianqing nodded. He stretched out his hand and sent out a giant golden palm. He grabbed the black-robed commander's corpse. Senior Beast King, we don't have much time. Let's go. With that, he led the Beast King and flew back to the temporary stronghold on the mountain peak. When the two of them returned to the stronghold, the little black dragon had already brought back the purple-robed commander's corpse. Ji Tianqing, the Beast King, and Yan hurriedly checked the corpses of the two guard commanders. They searched their bodies for the whereabouts of the soul control talisman. Everyone searched the corpses of the two commanders but found nothing. Chapter 789. After the purple-robed commander died, the interspatial ring became an ownerless item. Ji Tianqing used a little effort to open the interspatial ring. The space in the interspatial ring was not big. It was only 10 meters wide, like a secret room. It was filled with all kinds of things. Most of them were high-grade spirit stones of higher quality, all kinds of elixirs and materials, and some weapons and equipment. Ji Tianqing did a rough count and was filled with shock. He sighed in his heart. This purple-robed commander was the third prince's right-hand man. He served the third prince for many years and accumulated such rich resources and wealth. Damn bastard, he's even richer than me. There are more than 20,000 spirit stones. All kinds of elixirs, talismans, and materials are worth at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ji Tianqing's interspatial ring only had more than 20,000 spirit stones. Compared to the purple-robed commander, it was pitifully shabby. He did not hesitate to take all the resources and wealth for himself and put them into his interspatial ring. Finally, he found a round treasure box the size of a cattail leaf fan under a pile of jade bottles containing elixirs. The treasure box was a supreme-grade divine artifact. It was simple in design and exuded a mysterious aura. Ji Tianqing took out the black treasure box and looked at it in his palm for a moment. He felt that this treasure box was not simple. He checked it and found that the treasure box was sealed with an array. It was difficult for ordinary powerhouses to open it. However, he spent an hour to crack the array and successfully open the treasure box. Swoosh! The moment the treasure box was opened, a dazzling green light lit up in the box and illuminated the entire cave. He saw a dark green jade slip lying silently within the treasure box. The jade slip was as long as a palm but only half a palm wide. It was beautifully designed. The surface was engraved with talisman patterns and exuded a mysterious and powerful energy wave. Ji Tianqing vaguely felt that the origin of this jade slip was extraordinary and its power was very mysterious. However, he still had some doubts and muttered in a low voice, "Why is it a jade slip? Is it not a talisman?" Yen stared at the dark cyan jade slip and observed it for a moment. Her eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise as she hurriedly explained, "Senior brother Tianqing, this is the divine talisman we're looking for." The divine talisman that the third prince had refined using that divine weapon was, of course, different from ordinary talismans. Heavenly origin talismans can still be made with talisman paper, but soul-level talismans are equivalent to magic treasures. They must be refined with jade slips in order to withstand the mysterious and powerful talisman power. Ji Tianqing didn't know much about the Tao of talismans. After listening to Yen's explanation, he suddenly understood. "I see. Then let's not waste any more time. Yen, hurry up and get moving." "Okay, senior brother Tianqing, please wait for a moment." Yen nodded, carefully took out the soul control talisman, and hurriedly modified it. Ji Tianqing didn't stay idle either. He hurriedly used a secret technique to disguise himself as the purple-robed commander. When the Beast King saw him doing this, he immediately guessed his intentions. He asked worriedly, "Tianqing, are you really going to infiltrate the Duanmu clan? Aren't you afraid of being seen through by the Duanmu Huang? Moreover, there are 2 people escorting the divine talisman. If you go to the Duanmu clan alone, you will definitely be exposed. How about this, I will pretend to be the black-robed commander and accompany you." Ji Tianqing hesitated for a moment and hurriedly dissuaded, "Senior Beast King, I am already very grateful that you have helped me to this extent. How can I let you take the risk with me? Don't say any more. I have made up my mind." The Beast King waved his sleeves and said with a solemn face, "Even if my life is in danger, I will accompany you." "Okay, thank you for your help." Ji Tianqing solemnly thanked him and didn't try to persuade him anymore. He wouldn't talk about the Beast King's help. He would only remember it in his heart and slowly repay it in the future. Soon, 2 hours passed and it was almost midnight. At this time, Yen finally completed the modification of the Soul Control Talisman. He didn't change the power of the Soul Control Talisman and still maintained the effect of the Soul Control Talisman. It could slow down the devouring of the divine venomous insect. However, he added 3 types of talisman power to the Soul Control Talisman. Its power was very terrifying, but it was very hidden. As long as the Duanmu Huang absorbed the power of the soul control talisman, the three types of talisman power would enter his soul. Then, the three types of talisman power would cause a chain reaction and completely explode, severely injuring the Duanmu Huang's soul. After he modified the soul control talisman, it looked no different from before. He put the soul control talisman back into the round treasure box and returned it to Ji Tianqing. At the same time, Ji Tianqing and the Beast King also finished their disguises. Their figures and appearances were very similar to the two commanders. In order to not expose any flaws, the two of them wore a purple robe and a black robe. Ji Tianqing wore a cloak and the Beast King was still holding the black-robed commander's sword. As long as one wasn't very familiar with the two commanders, it would be very difficult to see any flaws in a short time. Okay, it's done. Ji Tianqing adjusted his large cloak and covered his entire face. He said in a serious tone, "Yan, you guys stay here and wait for our news. Be ready to receive us at any time. It's already midnight. The Duanmu Huang must be waiting anxiously. Senior Beast King and I will go to the Duanmu family now. If there's anything unusual, we'll notify each other with a signal arrow." After he finished speaking, Ji Tianqing and the Beast King left the cave stronghold and flew across the night sky like a stream of light, rushing toward Greenwood City. Yan, White Ape, and Qian Yu stayed in the cave and waited for orders. 100 miles north of Greenwood City was Duanmu Manor. It was midnight. A full moon hung high in the night sky, sprinkling down bright moonlight for hundreds of millions of miles. The bright moon was high in the sky, and the sky was full of stars. The night scene was infinitely beautiful. However, the atmosphere in Duanmu Manor was heavy and solemn, making people feel deeply depressed and sad. Of course, it wasn't only tonight that was like this. For more than a month before this, since the Duanmu family's herb garden was destroyed and their power fell drastically, the manor was filled with such an atmosphere. For nearly a month, there were many bad news that came back to the Duanmu family every day. Cloud Spirit Palace and other forces were pressing on, adding insult to injury and looting a burning house, causing the Duanmu family's situation to become more and more dangerous. Bad news kept on coming, and all kinds of rumors were flying everywhere. The internal strife in the manor continued, and the Duanmu Huang even ruthlessly killed a group of rebels. Even so, the Duanmu Huang's ruthless methods couldn't intimidate everyone. The Duanmu family's morale was slack, and the situation was already so chaotic that it was hard to control. Everyone knew that the big tree that was the Duanmu clan was about to collapse. Who would be able to save their lives? Every day, there were people escaping, leaving the Duanmu family in Greenwood City, only hoping to extend their lives and survive. The Duanmu family was gradually reaching the end of their rope. They were already an arrow at the end of its flight. However, at this time, the Duanmu Huang had no choice but to go into seclusion and hide in the secret cultivation room. There was no other way. The 3-month deadline was up. Chapter 790. Inside the Duanmu Manor. Deep under the ground of the Central Palace's main hall, there was a secret training room with top-secret defense. This secret room was the Duanmu Huang's special training room. It was protected by a soul-level formation and could be said to be impregnable. The spacious secret room with a radius of 100 meters was like a spacious hall. It was decorated magnificently and extremely extravagantly. The floor was paved with top-grade gold and jade stones. The walls were made with top-grade spiritual jade, and all kinds of formations were set up. The surrounding walls were inlaid with all kinds of precious and rare gems. They could not only provide a bright brilliance, but also provide a steady flow of spiritual energy. A thick layer of 5-colored spiritual mist floated in the air. It would even condense into spiritual liquid and drip into a pool in the corner of the secret room. That 5-colored pool made with top-grade spiritual jade was Duanmu Huang's spiritual liquid pool. At this moment, Duanmu Huang was sitting cross-legged in the spiritual liquid pool. He was doing his best to heal himself and suppress the power of the divine venomous insect in his spirit. He was wearing a pair of dark green trousers. His feet and upper body were bare. His long hair was spread out and covered his face. His skin was dark red like fire, as if it was about to burn. His body temperature was terrifyingly high. The spiritual liquid in the pool evaporated into steam. Under his skin, there were countless earthworm-like bulges. They were moving through his flesh and causing his body to constantly twist and change shape. Even his entire face was as red as fire, as if blood was about to seep out. His eyes were closed, but his eyeballs were bulging. Black blood kept flowing out of his nostrils, ears, and the corners of his mouth. His spirit was being eroded by the divine venomous insect. He was being tortured by unparalleled pain. However, he clenched his teeth so hard that they were bleeding. He didn't make a sound. However, the divine venomous insect's power had reached its peak and was crazily devouring his spirit. Ah! The extreme pain made Duanmu Huang feel as if 10,000 insects were devouring his spirit. He finally raised his head and let out a heart-wrenching scream. He held his head with both hands and shook it crazily. He shook his long hair with all his might, causing the spiritual liquid pool to churn and waves to rise. At this moment, he only had one kind of feeling, as if there were countless ants and insects in his head, crazily gnawing at his brain matter. Moreover, the extreme pain came from the depths of his soul, and it was impossible to isolate or alleviate it. This was the cruelest torture in the world. Long Zai Tian. You bastard. Despicable bastard. Trash. Bastard. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you, you bitch. The extreme pain made Duanmu Huang so angry that he almost lost his mind. He madly roared and cursed. His eyes were as red as fire, and dark red blood continuously gushed out. His entire body was surging with dark red blood flames. Those were the blood flames of his burning flesh and blood, roasting the entire pool of spirit liquid until it was boiling and rolling. He was filled with fury, hatred, and venom. His hatred for the third prince had reached its peak. If the third prince had not used a Gu Dao divine weapon and spent several years to secretly plant a divine Gu in him, how could he have ended up like this? How could he possibly bow his head to the third prince and willingly listen to the third prince's orders? For the past few years, the divine Gu in his body would act up every 3 months, crazily devouring his soul. However, he had tried everything, even using the Duanmu family's ancestral magic treasure, but he could not resolve it. Because of this, his strength had been stuck at the 5th level of the spirit-tempering realm for many years. Ever since he had been poisoned by the divine Gu, his greatest wish was to increase his strength and reach the primordial soul realm, becoming a supreme expert. Only by reaching the primordial soul realm and condensing a primordial soul dharma form could he possibly get rid of the divine Gu in his soul. Of course, it was only a possibility. Ah! Why isn't he here yet? Duanmu Huang struggled in extreme pain. Blood kept gushing out of his 7 orifices, dyeing the pool of spirit liquid red. He could not help but roar at the door of the secret chamber, questioning the guard outside the door why the person who was supposed to escort the soul control talisman had not arrived yet. If he did not use the divine talisman to alleviate the power of the divine Gu, more than half of his soul would be devoured. His strength would be extremely weak, and he might even fall from the spirit-tempering realm. If he did not receive the help of the divine talisman within 3 days, his soul would be completely devoured, and he would die completely. How could Duanmu Huang not be anxious, his heart burning with worry? Outside the door of the secret room, there was a burly man in a purple robe who was standing respectfully. He was Xing Jian, the hall master of the soul-herding hall, Duanmu Huang's absolute confidant. Only a few people in the Duanmu family knew that Duanmu Huang had been poisoned by the divine Gu and was secretly controlled by the third prince. Xing Jian was one of them. Every 3 months, when the divine Gu acted up, Duanmu Huang would enter the secret chamber to cultivate for a night. Xing Jian would guard outside the secret chamber and not allow anyone to come in and disturb him. In addition, he had to wait for the third prince's confidant to deliver the soul control talisman to Duanmu Huang. Xing Jian was calculating the time. It was almost midnight, and he was secretly anxious. When he heard Duanmu Huang's angry roar from the secret chamber, he was embarrassed. He quickly replied respectfully, "Master, I don't know why. Please bear with it, bastard. What are you waiting for? Go and send a message to ask him." Duanmu Huang's angry roar came from the secret chamber again. "Yes, master." Xing Jian did not dare to disobey the order. He quickly turned and left. He wanted to send a message to ask the Lord what was going on. After all, this was a serious matter, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. Xing Jian quickly passed through the underground tunnel and walked to the door at the end of the tunnel. Just as he was about to open the stone door at the end of the tunnel, the stone door suddenly opened. Two Heaven Origin stage cultivators walked in, followed by a series of muffled clanking noises. The two of them walked side by side. One of them was wearing a purple robe and a cape, while the other was wearing a black robe and a sword. They were both at the 5th and 6th level of the Sky Origin stage. They were emitting an overbearing aura, and their eyes were as cold as the night sky. Xing Jian was familiar with them. When he saw them walk in through the stone door, he let out a breath of relief. "Phew! My lords, you are finally here. You are always on time. Why are you late by 4 hours? Our master can't wait any longer." Xing Jian was worried. He couldn't help but ask for the reason. However, the purple-robed leader coldly glanced at him and said indifferently, "What? Are you blaming us for not doing our job well?" Xing Jian froze. He hurriedly bowed and apologized. "Please don't be angry, master. I would never dare to disrespect you." Even though Xing Jian's strength was higher than the two Lord Commanders, Xing Jian's strength was still higher. However, the two leaders were the Lord's confidants. They were in high positions. Even if Xing Jian had a few guts, he would not dare to offend the two commanders. Seeing him apologize, the purple-robed commander snorted coldly and walked towards the door of the secret chamber. Xing Jian hurriedly followed them to the door of the secret chamber. Chapter 791. Hearing the purple-robed commander's words, Xing Jian was stunned. In the past, when these two commanders handed the treasure box to him, they did not say such things. The leading purple-robed commander would always say, "The divine talisman is here. Hurry and give it to the Duanmu family leader." After that, the purple-robed commander would add a few more words. "My lord asked me to pass a message to the Duanmu family leader. Don't worry. As long as the Duanmu family does their best, my lord will remember the Duanmu family's contributions. In the future, when my lord completes his grand plan, the Duanmu family will be greatly rewarded. The Duanmu family leader will also become one of the most respected leaders of the human race." Xing Jian knew that this was just an empty promise from the Lord. However, the Lord would at least treat the Duanmu Huang with kindness and authority. He would promise great benefits and power to appease the Duanmu family. Xing Jian had heard these words dozens of times. He did not take it to heart. However, tonight was different. The purple-robed commander's words were very short. He only passed the divine talisman to Xing Jian and did not say anything else. Xing Jian was a little confused. A thought flashed through his mind. Why is this lord not passing a message? Why is his attitude so cold? Could it be that my lord is very disappointed in the Duanmu family and wants to give up? Xing Jian became even more anxious and worried. However, when he heard the Duanmu Huang's roars and screams coming from the secret room, he did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly activated the secret room's array formation and opened the heavy stone door. Along with a muffled rumbling sound, the 10-meter-tall heavy stone door slowly rose. Xing Jian held the treasure box with the divine talisman with both hands. He quickly walked into the secret room and went straight to the spirit liquid pool in the southeast corner. "Master, the divine talisman has been delivered." Xing Jian's tone was filled with joy. He quickly ran to the spirit liquid pool and presented the treasure box with both hands. The Duanmu Huang, who was rolling in pain in the spirit liquid pool, was overjoyed. He was like a person who was about to die of thirst who saw water, or a person who fell into the water who saw a piece of driftwood. He waved his arms crazily and snatched the treasure box like a dog pouncing on its prey. He opened the treasure box and took out the divine talisman. At this moment, the Duanmu Huang was already in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His consciousness was a little blurry. He did not even want to look at the divine talisman. He held the dark green jade slip with both hands and cast spells to absorb the power of the divine talisman. Swish! Swish! The dark green talisman immediately lit up with a dazzling green light, enveloping Duanmu Huang's entire body. The green light, which was filled with mysterious power, turned into a stream of air that resembled a spirit snake. It surged madly into Duanmu Huang's head and burrowed into his soul. The Duanmu Huang's, the divine talisman. Swish! 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 Swish swish! Swish! Calm! Swish! Swish! Duan swish! Xing Jian hurriedly bowed and left, not daring to stay in the secret chamber. This was the rule set by Duanmu Huang. When he was using the talisman to suppress the divine talisman, no one was allowed to stay in the secret room to avoid disturbing him. Once he had finished absorbing the power of the talisman, he would throw the dim talisman out of the secret room for the two commanders to take away. Swish! Swish! These two commanders are a little strange. They don't even care about the rules. Is the Lord really going to give up on the Duanmu family? Even the commanders of his guards dare to be so presumptuous. Swish! 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 Duanmu Huang had already absorbed 80% of the power of the talisman. The light from the dark green jade slip had also dimmed. His pain had been alleviated and he no longer groaned in pain. However, his flesh and blood were still red. He was still bleeding from his 7 orifices. He still looked hideous. Even if the talisman could alleviate the power of the divine talisman, it would still take at least a night. After Duanmu Huang had finished absorbing the power of the talisman, he still had to cultivate in seclusion for a whole night in the secret room. Only then would he be able to completely remove the corrosion of the divine talisman. For some reason, he felt that the two commanders were a little strange. However, he couldn't tell what the problem was. Swish! 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 Duanmu Huang, who had calmed down, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish! The dark red, scorching blood condensed into an arrow and hit the wall of the secret room with a bang. Before the crowd could react to what was going on, there was a loud boom in Duanmu Huang's head. At that moment, Duanmu Huang's head swelled and became bigger. Blood spurted out of his mouth, nose, and ears. His eyeballs also popped out. His left eyeball actually protruded out of its socket and was stuck on his face by the flesh and blood. This was real blood spurting out of his 7 orifices. Duanmu Huang looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His body stiffened like a stone statue and he fell straight into the pool of spiritual liquid. He didn't die on the spot. However, his breathing was chaotic and extremely weak. There was still an extremely violent power in his body that kept exploding. Swish! 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 He didn't dare to watch the process every time Duanmu Huang went into seclusion to devour the talisman. However, he was very clear that this wouldn't happen under normal circumstances. Something must have happened to Duanmu Huang. And something big had happened. When they saw Duanmu Huang bleeding from his 7 orifices and fainting, they immediately revealed a look of surprise and excitement. Clearly, the 3 talismans that Yen added to the talisman had taken effect. Duanmu Huang was caught off guard and immediately fell into the trap. His soul exploded and he was seriously injured. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices and his power was chaotic. This was the best time to kill him. The 2 commanders were stunned for a moment before they immediately recovered. They seized the opportunity and decisively attacked. The purple-robed commander was Ji Tianqing in disguise. He decisively took out the sword embryo in his body and used all his strength to attack Swish. Sword of Judgment. The dazzling golden sword embryo transformed into a 3-meter-long golden sword and instantly pierced Xing Jian's chest. Before Xing Jian could react, the golden sword pierced through his chest and nailed him to the stone wall. You! How dare you! Damn it! Xing Jian widened his eyes in shock as he stared at Ji Tianqing. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Chapter 792. Xing Jian had noticed the strange behavior of the 2 commanders and felt that something was amiss. However, he thought that the Duanmu family had fallen and the other party was looking down on them. That was why they were so rude. However, he did not expect that the family head, Duanmu Huang, would suddenly bleed from all 7 orifices and that the 2 commanders would suddenly attack. He was not prepared at all and was pinned to the wall by Ji Tianqing. He finally regained his senses and glared at Ji Tianqing and the Beast King, who were disguised as the black-robed commanders. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "Why are you so ruthless? Are you going to burn the bridge after crossing it? No. You are imposters." Xing Jian finally realized that something was amiss and guessed the reason. The corner of Ji Tianqing's mouth curled into a sneer as he said in a sinister tone, "You found out too late." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and pulled out the golden sword that was pinned to Xing Jian's chest. A fist-sized bloody hole immediately appeared on Xing Jian's chest. Blood gushed out of the hole. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. One could clearly see the white bones and organs inside. Although the sword did not kill Xing Jian on the spot, it had severely injured him. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth. He staggered 2 steps forward and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He hurriedly circulated his energy to suppress his injuries. At this moment, the Beast King had already pulled out his sword and pounced on him like a ferocious tiger. He waved his sword and a few dazzling rays of light shot out. Ji Tianqing also controlled the sword embryo and rushed into the secret chamber at lightning speed. He charged toward Duanmu Huang, who was in the pool of spiritual liquid. Compared to Xing Jian, Duanmu Huang's life was more important. To him, the lives of all the Duanmu family members added together were not as important as Duanmu Huang's life. Be careful, family head. When Xing Jian saw Ji Tianqing rushing into the secret chamber, he sensed that something was wrong. He shouted anxiously to remind Duanmu Huang to be careful. In the next moment, he was struck by the Beast King's sword ray, and a few more bloody holes appeared on his body. His injuries were even more severe. He no longer cared about Ji Tianqing, and hurriedly dodged the Beast King's assassination attempt, fleeing in panic. At this point, he was already heavily injured, and his combat strength had been greatly weakened. So, it was useless for him to stay. He risked his life to break through the obstruction of the Beast King. He only wanted to rush out of the underground tunnel and report to the guards of the Duanmu clan. Even if he died, it didn't matter. As long as the guards and elites of the Duanmu clan arrived in time, they would be able to kill the 2 fake commanders and avenge him. However, the underground passage was too narrow. Xing Jian's heart immediately burned with worry. He hurriedly used the earth escape technique, wanting to escape through the ground. However, the Beast King was already prepared for this. He waved his sword to block him and launched a violent attack. Xing Jian was forced to the point where he had nowhere to run. He could only defend with all his might. However, his injuries were too severe. After blocking a few moves from the Beast King, his neck was sliced off, and he died on the spot. Xing Jian's head was separated from his body, and his corpse fell to the ground with a plop. A dark red pillar of blood spurted out from his neck, and fresh blood splattered all over the ground. At the same time, Ji Tianqing had already rushed into the secret room. He controlled the judgment sword and brazenly attacked Duanmu Huang. Duanmu Huang fell into the pool of spiritual liquid. His body was stiff, and he seemed to have fainted. Blood kept spurting out from his 7 orifices, and the pool of spiritual liquid had already turned into a pool of blood. His entire body was also covered in blood. It looked like the indestructible judgment sword was about to pierce him. At this moment of life and death, Duanmu Huang suddenly jumped out from the pool of spiritual liquid. He raised his palms and clamped the judgment sword with a bang. The dazzling golden sword, which was extremely sharp, exploded with a terrifying force, and sent Duanmu Huang flying out of the pool of spiritual liquid. He crashed heavily into the wall behind him. Bang! With a dull thud, Duanmu Huang crashed into the wall made of spiritual jade, creating a dent in it. Instantly, the secret room's defensive array was activated. A soul-level array appeared and condensed into a dark golden light shield, which enveloped the secret room within a radius of 100 meters. Only Ji Tianqing and Duanmu Huang were within the light shield of the array. Ji Tianqing stood in the middle of the secret room and looked at Duanmu Huang with a serious expression. He controlled the sword embryo to fly back into his body. Duanmu Huang stood by the wall of the secret room. His upper body was naked, and blood was flowing out from his body. He looked extremely miserable. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his left eyeball was still hanging on his face. His long hair was disheveled, and blood kept dripping from it. At this moment, he looked like a ferocious demon, extremely ferocious and cruel. Ah ah ah! Despicable beast! How dare you tamper with the divine talisman? I'm going to kill you. Duanmu Huang cursed crazily as he waved his palms wildly. Dozens of flaming palm shadows were shot towards Ji Tianqing. Each of the flaming palms was as big as a millstone. Dozens of flaming palms came together and covered half of the secret room, drowning Ji Tianqing's figure. Bang bang bang! With a loud bang, Ji Tianqing was immediately sent flying backwards, crashing into the light shield of the array. The dark golden light shield was trembling from the impact, and layers of ripples appeared. Ji Tianqing used the Kenshin battle robe at the crucial moment, which transformed into a pair of golden wings. He used the ultimate technique of the golden rock wings. Fortunately, the Kenshin battle robe blocked most of the palm shadows. He was only pale from the impact, and his internal organs were in pain. He was panting heavily, but he wasn't injured. Outside the door of the secret room, the Beast King was worried when he saw Ji Tianqing being sent flying. He wanted to rush into the secret room to help, but he was blocked by the light shield of the array. Unless he could break the soul-level array, he could only stand outside and watch Ji Tianqing and Duanmu Huang fight. However, how could a soul-level array be broken by a divine prime powerhouse? The Beast King tried a few times, but not only did he not break the array, but he was also sent flying by the light shield. He crashed into the stone wall and was injured by the impact. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing quickly shouted, "Senior, don't worry about me. Go and send the signal." The Beast King was stunned, and he frowned hesitantly. He didn't want to delay his plan, and he didn't want Ji Tianqing to fight alone and put himself in danger. Ji Tianqing saw his hesitation and quickly shouted, "Quick! Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." The Beast King gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He warned seriously, "You must be careful. We'll be waiting for you." After saying that, he stomped his foot and rushed out of the underground tunnel like a flash of light. When he opened the door of the tunnel, he regained his calm and arrogant look and walked out unhurriedly. The guards guarding the entrance of the passageway were all somewhat puzzled. Why did only one commander come out? Where were Xing Jian and the other commander? However, they were lowly and didn't dare to ask, let alone stop the Beast King. After the Beast King quickly left Duanmu Manor, he found an empty corner and released a dark red signal arrow. This was the signal to attack. Chapter 793. Ji Tianxing and Duanmu Huang were confronting each other in the secret chamber covered by the soul-level formation. Just now, the two of them had already exchanged 3 blows. Ji Tianxing was sent flying 3 times in the 3 moves. Each time, he crashed into the dark golden light shield. Fortunately, he had the Sword God battle robe, which allowed him to protect himself and prevent him from suffering any serious injuries. Duanmu Huang still had the upper hand. Ji Tianxing's 3 moves were unable to hurt him. They stood at the north and south ends of the secret chamber with their backs against the dark golden light shield. They stared at each other coldly and their bodies surged with a strong fighting spirit. Duanmu Huang pulled out the eyeball on his left face. Black blood flowed out of his eye socket. He had only one eye now and looked extremely ferocious. "Little bastard! Who are you? How dare you pretend to be the Lord's trusted subordinate and come to Duanmu Manor to assassinate me? You have the guts to attack me with your Sky Origin stage strength. You really don't know your place." Duanmu Huang's only eye was filled with coldness. He stared at Ji Tianxing with resentment and shouted coldly, "I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down and beg for mercy and tell me your identity. Otherwise, I'll skin you and pull out your tendons, tearing your flesh apart bit by bit." His words were gloomy and terrifying. His body was surrounded by bloody flames and his aura was as cold as a demon. However, Ji Tianxing was not afraid at all. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he said in a playful tone, "Duanmu Huang, now that things have come to this, why are you still pretending to be calm and forcefully enduring the injury to your spirit? The more you pretend to be fierce, the more it proves that you're weak inside. You're panicking. You're just trying to scare me. Your soul has been swallowed by the divine venomous insect and your strength has been weakened by at least 50%. The power of the 3 talismans in the soul control talisman exploded one after another and worsened the injury of your soul. It has weakened your strength by at least 20%. Now, you only have 30% of your power left. You're already at the end of your rope." Ji Tianxing exuded a confident aura. His tone was firm, and his face was filled with a sneer. Every single word of his was like a sharp sword that fiercely pierced Duanmu Huang's heart, causing Duanmu Huang's expression to go pale while monstrous rage surged within his eyes. Because what he said was right, it was the truth. At this moment, Duanmu Huang indeed only had 30% of his power left, he was extremely weak. He had to end the battle as soon as possible and immediately circulate his energy to heal himself. Only then would he be able to preserve the spirit that he had painstakingly cultivated for over 100 years. Otherwise, his injuries would continue to worsen, and his spiritual energy would continue to weaken. Even if he managed to survive tonight, he would have to go into seclusion to recuperate for decades before he could return to his peak strength. However, Ji Tianxing confidently exposed the truth and pointed out his injuries. How could he not be shocked and angry? "Bastard! You despicable and shameless maggot, who are you?" Duanmu Huang roared furiously, and flames of anger appeared on top of his head. Ji Tianxing looked at him with a smile, and the sneer on his face became thicker. He said in a mocking tone, Aren't you a soul-refining cultivator? You can't even see through my disguise. Looks like I guessed right. You're really at the end of your rope, and you only have 30% of your power left." Hearing what he said, Duanmu Huang was instantly enraged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out that Ji Tianqing's confident words were purposely to trick him. In that situation just now, Ji Tianqing wasn't sure how serious his injuries were, and how much power he had left. "Bastard! You deserve to die 10,000 times. After you die, you'll go to the 18th level of hell." Duanmu Huang was so furious that he almost lost his mind. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Bastard, even if I only have 30% of my power left, it's more than enough to kill you." Indeed, he was a level 5 soul refining cultivator. Even if he only had 30% of his power left, he was still comparable to a level 1 soul refining cultivator. It was indeed easy to kill a level 6 soul refining cultivator. However, Ji Tianqing was definitely not an ordinary soul refining cultivator. His potential was limitless, and his real combat power was shocking. "Huh, more than enough to kill me? Then I'd like to see who's going to die here." Ji Tianqing grinned, revealing a confident sneer. Duanmu Huang was extremely furious. He didn't want to waste any more time with him. He waved his palms with all his might, pouring out endless true core and soul strength. Raging Dragon Strike. The terrifying 5-color true core, mixed with the blazing white soul strength, condensed into a 10-meter-long raging dragon and blasted towards Ji Tianqing. The two of them were only 100 meters apart. The moment the raging dragon appeared, it was already in front of Ji Tianqing. At this critical moment, Ji Tianqing didn't have time to dodge or counterattack. He could only rely on his instinct to close his golden wings and wrap himself up. Wings of the Golden Rock. Boom! In the deafening sound, the raging dragon hit Ji Tianqing hard and drowned him. He was blown away again and crashed into the dark golden light shield with a bang. The light barrier trembled from the impact, and dense cracks began to appear on its surface. Ji Tianqing's internal organs were also injured by the terrifying power. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as pale as paper. The huge raging dragon disappeared, and his figure appeared. He was staggering. "Damn it! Duanmu Huang, that old bastard. His soul strength has been severely injured, but he still has such powerful strength. Is this the power of a soul refinement realm warrior? How terrifying!" These thoughts flashed through Ji Tianqing's mind, and his desire to increase his strength became more and more urgent. He also wanted to reach the soul refinement realm as soon as possible and become a transcendent. He wanted to control the wind and rain, and the power to shake heaven and earth. However, it was too far away to think about this now. The most important thing now was to survive Duanmu Huang's attack and find a chance to kill Duanmu Huang. Vermilion Bird Sacred Sword. Ji Tianqing roared angrily. His body ignited with red flames and condensed into a 10-meter-long flame sword. His whole body merged with the flame sword. Raging flames rose and condensed into a huge vermilion bird phantom. Swoosh! The vermilion bird sacred sword swept up an earth-shattering flame sword, filling up the entire secret room. With an overbearing manner, it charged towards Duanmu Huang. Ji Tianqing used all of his strength in this attack. He exploded with the most powerful combat strength. Duanmu Huang's expression changed. He furrowed his eyebrows, and a trace of shock and fear flashed through his only eye. This little bastard, with the strength of a Sky Origin stage cultivator, he can explode with the combat strength of a soul refinement realm cultivator. How can there be such a monster in this world? His chi feels familiar to me, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Could he be Ji Tianqing? Yes. He is Ji Tianqing. Only a monster like him can create such a miracle. At that moment, these thoughts flashed through Duanmu Huang's hazy mind, and he became much more awake. Chapter 794. When the vermilion bird sacred sword blasted toward Duanmu Huang had nowhere to hide. He dared not let his guard down in this life and death situation, so he activated his divine soul Dharma eyes with all his might. Swish! 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 3 broken divine soul Dharma eyes appeared behind Duanmu Huang out of thin air. They lit up with a dazzling white light and released a powerful divine soul power. The white light condensed into a light wall in front of Duanmu Huang, blocking the vermilion bird sacred sword's attack. Boom! Crack! With a deafening sound, the vermilion bird sacred sword hit the white light wall and burst into a red flame that soared into the sky. The flame was like a wave that swept over the secret chamber within 100 meters. The vermilion bird sacred sword shattered instantly, revealing Ji Tianqing's figure. He flew backward in a sorry state and fell on the edge of the secret chamber. The white light wall condensed by the divine soul Dharma eyes was also shattered into thousands of pieces. The violent impact sent Duanmu Huang flying backward, crashing into the dark golden light barrier with a loud thud. A moment later, the red flame that filled the entire secret chamber dissipated. Ji Tianqing stood beside the secret chamber's wall with a pale face. His chest was heaving up and down rapidly, and the true essence in his body was surging violently. Duanmu Huang stood on the other side with an ugly expression. Countless cracks appeared on his skin, and blood kept dripping out. His injuries were more serious, and his divine soul's injuries were worsening uncontrollably. His strength was rapidly weakening. Especially his divine soul Dharma eyes. There were originally 5 of them, and they were still intact, shining with a white light and were extremely mysterious and powerful. But now, his divine soul was severely damaged. Only 3 of the 5 divine soul Dharma eyes were left, and they were still incomplete. The light was dim, and the aura was very weak. Ji Tianqing. Stop pretending. This king knows it's you. Duanmu Huang stared coldly at Ji Tianqing and shouted in a deep voice, "This king has already taken you seriously, but I still underestimated you. This king can't believe that you're so daring to fight this king face to face." Since his identity had been exposed, Ji Tianqing decided not to hide anymore. In order to maintain his disguise, he had to be distracted and waste a bit of his power. Shwa! Light flashed all over his body, and he reverted back to his original appearance. When he revealed his true appearance, Duanmu Huang's pupils constricted, and his entire body trembled with anger. "It really is you, you little bastard. No matter what, I will tear you to shreds tonight. Even the heavens can't save you." Duanmu Huang was so angry that he went berserk. He waved his palms wildly and released a destructive spiritual energy. Heaven and Earth Tyrant Dragon. 2 10-meter-long 5-colored divine dragons appeared and pounced toward Ji Tianqing with an aura that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. At the same time, the 3 divine soul Dharma eyes also released 3 white light beams, bombarding Ji Tianqing from different directions, blocking all his escape routes. Roar! At that moment, 2 divine dragons let out resounding dragon roars in the secret room, and 3 blazing white light pillars shot towards Ji Tianqing. His body was instantly enveloped, and he was about to be killed. When Duanmu Huang attacked, he was already prepared and took out his Dharma treasure, the seal of mountains and rivers, in advance. Seal the mountains and rivers. Ji Tianqing shouted and waved his palms to release a majestic true core strength, which he poured into the seal of mountains and rivers. Suddenly, the seal of mountains and rivers expanded to a radius of 5 meters. It was like a golden house, enveloping him. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 5-colored divine dragons and 3 white light beams hit the seal of mountains and rivers in an instant, and there was an earth-shattering sound. The loud sound echoed fiercely in the secret chamber, and there was a powerful sound wave. The incomparably violent strength Qi exploded, and also wantonly rushed through the secret room. Although the secret chamber was protected by a soul-level array, it would not collapse for the time being. But the dark golden light shield could not withstand such a terrifying force, and there were many cracks on it. The entire secret chamber shook violently, and even the ground above the secret chamber shook violently. The lofty palace in the middle of the Duanmu mansion shook violently, and there was a creaking sound, as if there was an earthquake. Countless people were awakened. They felt the ground shaking, and there was a rumbling sound coming from underground. Their faces changed, and their hearts were filled with doubt and worry. The Duanmu mansion, which was originally quiet and dark, was quickly lit up with countless lights. Hundreds of patrolling guards immediately rushed to the vicinity of the central palace main hall to see what was going on. There were also many disciples and servants of the Duanmu family who were awakened. They were discussing in fear and running around to spread the news. The Duanmu family had been shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere for a long time. Many people were like birds startled by the twang of a bow, and they were on tenterhooks all day long. Now that there was an abnormal sound coming from underground, it instantly caused a commotion. There was a hubbub of voices, and it was chaotic. Therefore, the elders and leaders of the Duanmu family immediately jumped out and tried to find excuses to appease the panicked Duanmu family members. Some people who took the opportunity to spread rumors were forcefully suppressed by the elders and captured. However, loud sounds like muffled thunder kept coming from underground, and the ground shook more and more violently. There was also a violent true origin energy that spread out. Even a fool would know that something was wrong. There were definitely experts fighting in the underground. This time, the thousands of people of the Duanmu family were completely alarmed, and there was chaos. Even if the elders and leaders suppressed with all their strength, they could not stabilize the situation. Just as the Duanmu family was in chaos, countless cold lights suddenly lit up in the night sky from all directions. A large group of black-clothed people appeared out of thin air in the surroundings. They held sharp blades that flickered with cold lights, and they rushed into the Duanmu mansion like a gust of wind and started a massacre. In a short 100 breaths of time, 800 black-clothed people appeared in the surroundings of the Duanmu mansion, and they killed their way into the mansion. These black-clothed people were all elite experts, and they all had the strength of the origin core stage. Moreover, they wore black clothes and masks, and there was no identification on them. They were in teams of 20 people, and they were led by a heaven origin expert. They moved as fast as the wind, and their attacks were ruthless and decisive. With one look, one could tell that they were well-trained assassins who killed people like flies. Moreover, not only did they hold weapons, but they also carried bows and concealed weapons. They were well equipped. Suddenly, flames lit up everywhere in the Duanmu mansion. The clanging of weapons clashing could be heard continuously, and shrill screams could be heard. Many people were killed on the spot by the black-clothed people who suddenly appeared before they could figure out what was going on, and they fell into a pool of blood. Countless people fell into fear and despair. They screamed crazily and fled in all directions. However, the Duanmu mansion had long been surrounded. Those people who fled in panic had nowhere to run, and they all died under the black-clothed assassins' swords in the end. In a short moment, the Duanmu mansion fell into extreme chaos. The sounds of killing in the mansion shook the heavens. Blood and fire intertwined and shone, and it bloomed into a dark red and shrill bloody light under the night sky. Only those elders and attendants could still maintain their composure. They hurriedly gathered all the guards and martial artists, took out their weapons, and started a chaotic battle with the black-clothed assassins. Even so, the Duanmu family was caught off guard and was ambushed, and they still fell into an absolute disadvantage. Chapter 795. Both sides had only fought for 15 minutes, yet more than 2,000 Duanmu clan members had been killed. Most of them were servants, but there were also more than 300 Duanmu clan disciples. The formerly luxurious and dignified Duanmu clan had instantly become a bloody and miserable slaughterhouse, like purgatory. Corpses were everywhere on the ground, and large patches of dark red blood converged into a small stream that flowed along the ground, emitting a dense smell of blood. The soaring killing intent and splattering blood caused Duanmu clan to be covered in a layer of bloody light. The elders and deacons of the Duanmu clan watched as their guards retreated in defeat and their numbers continuously decreased, and they were filled with grief, indignation, and despair. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to report to their patriarch and ask the Soul Husbandry Hall to send experts to rescue them. However, they didn't know that their patriarch couldn't even protect himself. And the hall master of the Soul Husbandry Hall had already lost his life a long time ago. In Duanmu clan's above ground, the miserable battle was still playing out. And in the secret room deep underground, the battle between Ji Tianqing and Duanmu Huang had also reached its most miserable state. The two of them had already exchanged over 100 moves, and both of them had exerted their full strength. The previously luxurious secret room had long been blasted into ruins by the aftermath of the battle, and it was filled with holes and cracks. The dark golden light barrier that protected the secret room was also on the verge of collapse from the bombardment, and it was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. It would completely collapse at any moment. Ji Tianqing's white robe was already stained with blood, and the golden wings on his back were slightly dim. His entire body was covered with wounds, and his face was pale. There were still traces of dark red blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, Duanmu Huang, who was an arrow at the end of its flight, still possessed extremely valiant combat strength and had heavily injured him. Fortunately, although his injuries were heavy, they didn't affect his battle, and he still retained about 60% of his true essence. Duanmu Huang's appearance was even more miserable, and his injuries were even more miserable to the extreme. He was still bare-chested, and there were several deep wounds on his chest and back that were so deep that bones could be seen, and dark red blood continuously gushed out. Especially the injuries to his soul, which had already accelerated and worsened, causing the strength of his soul to be extremely weak. His strength was constantly depleting, and every time he executed an ultimate attack, he had to gasp for breath violently for a while. Even if the battle ended now and he immediately went into seclusion to recuperate, it would be impossible for him to return to his peak condition. His divine soul was too heavily injured and suffered permanent damage. It was impossible for him to recover. Ji Tianqing had risked serious injuries to fight Duanmu Huang until both sides were injured. He wanted to drag Duanmu Huang down. Only in this way would he have complete confidence in defeating Duanmu Huang and killing him. If he used his trump card right from the start and ended the battle with Duanmu Huang quickly, the risk would be too great. At this point, he had already achieved his goal. Duanmu Huang's strength was almost exhausted. He was at a complete disadvantage and was slowly approaching death. The two of them once again unleashed their most powerful ultimate moves, clashing with each other with all their might. Following a loud boom, the overwhelming five-colored spiritual light exploded and bombarded the dark golden light barrier around the secret chamber. The dark golden light barrier, which was already full of cracks and on the verge of collapse, could no longer withstand such a terrifying attack and instantly shattered. The dark golden light shield exploded into billions of pieces of golden light and flew away in all directions. A shockwave that could destroy the heavens and the earth burst out. Boom! The secret underground chamber was completely destroyed and collapsed on the spot. The earth suddenly caved in. The lofty palace on the ground was also shattered by the shockwave and turned into rubble that sank into the ground. Ji Tianqing and Duanmu Huang charged out of the ground at the same time. They broke through the dust and debris that covered the sky and flew high into the sky. The night sky, which was originally bright with moonlight, was now covered with a layer of dark red and filled with the pungent smell of blood. The surroundings of Duanmu Manor were surrounded by flames that soared into the sky. There were many exquisite and beautiful buildings, as well as many majestic palaces, all of which were burning with raging flames. Most of the servants and guards of the Duanmu family had already been killed. Only a few elders, deacons, and elite guards were left. They risked their lives to escort the disciples of the Duanmu family to break out of the encirclement and escape. However, the black-clothed assassins were determined to eliminate the source of the problem. They would never let them escape, so they launched an intense siege. The brutal killing continued. Corpses were everywhere in the spacious manor. Blood flowed like a river. Screams and wails of agony were constantly heard. Ji Tianqing and Duanmu Huang stood in the air 1,000 meters above the ground. They faced each other from 1,000 meters away and looked down at the battlefield at the same time. Ji Tianqing's lips curled into a cold smile when he saw the Duanmu manor turned into a purgatory of blood and fire. Hundreds of black-clothed assassins were killing everywhere. Uncle's arrangements are indeed meticulous. 800 elites and more than 40 Heaven Origin stage experts are enough to destroy the defenseless Duanmu manor. When Duanmu Huang saw the manor turned into ruins, thousands of people slaughtered, and the scene of blood flowing like a river in the manor, he was instantly enraged. Puff! Unparalleled anger and hatred made him spit out a mouthful of blood and almost pass out. Gee! God! Fine! You damned beast! How dare you collude with Cloud Soul Palace and sneak attack my Duanmu manor? Duanmu Huang roared in grief and indignation. His voice shook the sky and was extremely shrill. When he saw the scene of Duanmu manor being slaughtered, he had already guessed Ji Tianqing's scheme and plan. Although the 800 black-clothed assassins were wearing masks and there were no identification marks or symbols on their bodies. However, even if Duanmu Huang used his toes to think, he could guess that those assassins were from Cloud Soul Palace. However, he could not believe that Ji Tianqing and Cloud Soul Palace dared to be so arrogant and launch a sneak attack without warning. Could it be that they were so lawless that they dared to look down on the imperial court? Were they not afraid of being exposed and angering the imperial court so that their entire family would be executed? Duanmu Huang could not figure it out. If it were him, he would definitely not have the courage and boldness to personally lead an army to attack Cloud Soul Palace. However, Ji Tianqing and Cloud Soul Palace dared to and had already done it. At this moment, Duanmu Huang finally understood. He thought that his methods were ruthless and decisive and could be called an ambitious person. He did not expect Ji Tianqing to be even more ruthless, arrogant, and unscrupulous than him. The Duanmu manor was completely defeated. After tonight's battle, even if a few of the Duanmu manor's people survived, they would be utterly defeated and flee in all directions. The glorious Duanmu manor of the past was about to vanish into thin air. When he thought of this, Duanmu Huang went completely crazy and lost all rationality. Even if the Duanmu manor is going to be destroyed, I will drag you all down with me. Little bastard, you will definitely die. Duanmu Huang roared at the top of his lungs and used his final trump card, the green light treasure tree. He held a foot-tall emerald green tree in his left hand and used all of his power to inject it into the green light treasure tree to unleash his ultimate attack. 5-Direction Dragon Slash. Chapter 796. Along with Duanmu Huang's angry roar, the cyan light treasure tree blossomed with dazzling multicolored light. The majestic light condensed into 5 heaven-splitting axes, carrying a blazing white divine soul flame, and slashed at Ji Tianqing from different directions. Each heaven-splitting axis was as big as a small mountain. The dazzling multicolored light and blazing white flame illuminated the dark night sky, and the entire Duanmu manor was illuminated. The violent and terrifying hurricane and energy sealed off the land within a radius of 10 miles, fiercely suppressing Ji Tianqing, leaving him nowhere to run. However, he had already made up his mind to kill Duanmu Huang as soon as possible, and he didn't think of dodging. When the 5 heaven-splitting axes slashed down from the sky, he raised his left palm without hesitation and urged the power of the red flame primordial fire. Heaven-burning palm. Endless red flame primordial fire gushed out from his magma-like left arm, condensing into a huge flaming palm that was as big as a mountain, and fiercely smashed at Duanmu Huang. The dazzling flames that covered the sky and the sun illuminated half of the sky red. After releasing the heaven-burning palm, Ji Tianqing immediately used the seal of mountains and rivers to protect himself. Bang 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 bang. The 5 heaven-splitting axes fiercely hacked at the seal of mountains and rivers, creating a loud noise that shook the 9 heavens. The seal of mountains and rivers exploded with golden light, falling from the night sky and fiercely smashing into Duanmu Manor. A deep crater with a radius of 1,000 meters was smashed into the ground, and endless dust and gravel splashed out. Numerous cracks appeared around the deep crater, and dozens of houses were overturned, collapsing into rubble. At the same time, the huge flaming palm that could destroy heaven and earth also passed through the dark night sky and fiercely smashed into Duanmu Huang. Bang! With a loud dull noise, Duanmu Huang was blown away on the spot, and blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Even though he had 3 divine soul Dharma eyes protecting his body, he still couldn't resist the terrifying power of the heaven-burning palm, and was badly injured. However, after flying 10 miles away, he flew back with a murderous look. His body was covered in blood as he stood in the night sky. His long hair danced in the wind, and his entire body was covered in crimson flames. He held the green light treasure tree with both hands and channeled his boundless power into the treasure tree. The green light treasure tree suddenly bloomed with colorful lights, condensing into thousands of colorful light pillars, like a rain of arrows that covered the sky, pouring down on Ji Tianqing. Crumbling 1,000 mountains. Each 5-colored light pillar was 1,000 meters long. Tens of thousands of 5-colored light pillars fell from the sky at the same time, enveloping the entire mountain peak. The entire Duanmu estate within a radius of a few dozen miles was enveloped by the 5-colored light pillar. When Ji Tianqing was hunted down by Duanmu Huang, the Duanmu Huang had used this secret technique to turn everything within a radius of 100 miles into a deep crater. Now, he used this ultimate move again. Although its power had weakened by countless times, it was still able to turn the entire mountain peak into a pile of ruins. The furious and crazy Duanmu Huang only wanted to turn Ji Tianqing into smithereens. He didn't care about the survival of the Duanmu estate at all. At the critical moment, Ji Tianqing entered the seal of mountains and rivers without hesitation. Boom! 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 The 5-colored light pillars that covered the sky and covered the earth came crashing down, drowning the entire Duanmu estate. The seal of mountains and rivers was once again blasted into the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground and sending dust into the air. Tens of thousands of 5-colored light pillars erupted with a destructive power that destroyed the entire Duanmu estate. Nearly 1,000 houses and palaces collapsed under the bombardment of the 5-colored light pillars, turning into gravel and dust that covered the ground. The ground within a radius of a few dozen miles was also shattered into pieces, filled with deep craters and huge ravines. At that moment, the entire Duanmu estate turned into a sea of 5-colored light, illuminating the area within a radius of 100 miles. Even the Azure Wood City, which was 100 miles away from the Duanmu estate, was illuminated by the dazzling brilliance. When the 5-colored light that covered the sky and the sun dispersed, the night sky finally returned to its original darkness. Everything calmed down. The Duanmu estate was completely destroyed. It was completely razed to the ground and turned into ruins that were riddled with holes. The towering palaces, exquisite houses, and a few majestic pagodas of the past were all gone. The martial artists that were fighting fiercely in the Duanmu estate were undoubtedly massacred into a mess. Thousands of Duanmu clan disciples, guards, and servants were blasted into smithereens by the 5-colored light pillars. Not even their bones remained. Of course, there were also over 300 black-clothed assassins who were unable to retreat from the Duanmu estate in time and were killed on the spot. The crazy Duanmu Huang who had lost his mind didn't differentiate between friend and foe. He didn't care about the life and death of others. Even the disciples, guards, and servants of the Duanmu clan were blasted into smithereens. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Ji Tianqing. Even if he had to die here tonight, he would drag Ji Tianqing down with him. There were 2 people that Duanmu Huang hated the most in his life. One was the third prince who had planted the divine venomous goo in him and made him suffer a fate worse than death. The other was Ji Tianqing. At this moment, the seal of mountains and rivers flew into the sky and its brilliance became much dimmer. Swoosh! With a flash of brilliance, Ji Tianqing flew out from the seal of mountains and rivers. His breathing was disordered and blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. There were no fatal injuries on his body. He stood high in the sky and stared coldly at Duanmu Huang. He shouted in a deep voice, "Duanmu Huang, you have already lost your humanity and fallen into madness. When you go crazy, you even want to kill your brothers, sisters, nephews, and descendants. What's the difference between you and a devil?" Blood-red flames were burning all over Duanmu Huang's body. Blood was flowing out from his only eye and it had turned completely red. His pupil was also burning with blood-red flames. At this moment, he looked no different from a devil. His only eye had lost its ability to see. He locked onto Ji Tianqing's aura with his divine soul and roared angrily, "Little bastard, you have no right to criticize me. All of this was caused by you. Everyone died because of you. You are the cruelest and most vicious executioner. You are unreasonable. You have already gone crazy." Ji Tianqing looked at him indifferently and silently opened the third eye on his forehead. That was his thunder spiritual eye. It was a golden eye with a blue pupil. The power of thunder that could destroy the world was brewing in it. Ji Tianqing looked at Duanmu Huang and shouted in a cold and majestic voice, "Thunder!" Kaboom! The power of thunder that had been accumulated in the thunder spiritual eye was released in an instant. It condensed into a 10-meter-long thunder light pillar and blasted toward Duanmu Huang. At that moment, the blue thunder light pierced through the night sky. It was like the wrath of the heavens that could destroy the world. Before Duanmu Huang could react, he was hit by the thunder light pillar. Bang! In the deafening sound, his figure was drowned by the blue thunder light. His whole body was wrapped in thunder and lightning. He fell miserably from the night sky and crashed into the ruins below. Kaboom! A huge crater was suddenly blasted out of the desolated ruins. Dust and dirt splashed out in all directions. Duanmu Huang's body was charred like charcoal. Black smoke rose in spirals. He lay at the bottom of the crater in a sorry state and kept twitching. Chapter 797. Duanmu Huang's injuries were extremely severe. One of his 3 damaged divine soul Dharma eyes had also been destroyed by the lightning beam. The remaining 2 divine soul Dharma eyes flickered with white light. His aura was extremely weak. He struggled to climb out of the deep pit. His body trembled, and countless black powder fell from his body. That was his flesh and blood that had been charred by the lightning and turned into powder. He stood in the deep pit with his body bent. He held the glowing green tree with both hands and desperately absorbed the power of the tree to heal his injuries. At this moment, Ji Tianqing caught up again and flew above the deep pit. He looked down at Duanmu Huang, who was in the pit, and shouted with an indifferent expression, "Duanmu Huang, stop resisting. It's all over now." As soon as he finished speaking, a black light surged out of his palm. A black bell appeared out of thin air. As he cast a spell, he channeled a vast amount of power into the bell. The black bell immediately turned into an ancient bell the size of a house. The dark and cold ancient bell exuded a mysterious and cold aura. It contained a terrifying and peerless power. Soul-subduing kill. Ji Tianqing shouted angrily. He formed a mysterious spell with both hands and pointed at Duanmu Huang in the deep pit. Instantly, the dark and cold ancient bell turned into a dark ray of death light and pressed down on Duanmu Huang. Duanmu Huang felt a familiar aura descend. He looked up at the night sky and saw a huge ancient bell descending from the sky. When he saw the ancient bell, his expression changed drastically. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Soul-reaping bell. Why is it in your hands? It's Yun Zhongqi. It must be him. He gave you the soul-reaping bell. Duanmu Huang was stunned for a moment. He immediately understood. He knew that Luo's assassination attempt had failed. His identity had been exposed, and the soul-reaping bell had fallen into Yun Zhongqi's hands. Now, the soul-reaping bell was in Ji Tianqing's hands. He was skillfully controlling and using it. If Yun Zhongqi hadn't given the soul-reaping bell to Ji Tianqing, who else could it have been? Even though Duanmu Huang understood the twists and turns of the story, he was filled with rage and murderous intent. However, the soul-reaping bell had already slammed down. It released an icy cold light that firmly suppressed his soul. You want to kill me? Dream on. Duanmu Huang roared at the top of his lungs. He channeled all his magical energy into the green light treasure tree without a care for anything else. The cyan light treasure tree grew 1,000 times larger with a whoosh sound, becoming a towering tree over 10 zhang tall. It blossomed with a cyan light that blotted out the sky as it charged towards the soul-reaping bell. Boom! The soul-reaping bell and the green light treasure tree collided with each other, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The incomparably violent strength chi instantly exploded, expanding the deep pit by more than 10 times. The soul-suppressing power released by the soul-reaping bell blasted Duanmu Huang to the ground. His physical body was twisted like a fried dough twist, and his soul was also severely injured. He lay at the bottom of the deep pit, covered by countless clouds of dust. His body twitched violently, and he couldn't get up for a long time. However, at the same time that the green light treasure tree was sent flying, it also released more than 36,000 five-colored light swords that rained down on Ji Tianqing like a rain of arrows. This was Duanmu Huang's last resort. The green light treasure tree also violently released its strongest power. The five-colored light swords that blotted out the sky had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Each of the light swords was 10 meters long, and their power was immense and terrifying. They could flatten a small mountain with one sword. The 36,000 light swords shot out at the same time, covering a radius of dozens of miles. Ji Tianqing had nowhere to hide and was about to be blasted into pieces. At this critical moment, he activated the power of the Seal of Mountains and Rivers and the Kenshin battle robe to protect himself. Boom! 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 The Seal of Mountains and Rivers trembled under the bombardment, and cracks appeared on it. Soon, its power was depleted. The wings formed by the Kenshin battle robe also flashed with golden light from the bombardment, and finally became silent and dim. The battle robe could no longer maintain its winged form, and retracted back into Ji Tianqing's body. Therefore, Ji Tianqing was hit by countless light swords. He was sent flying dozens of miles away on the spot, and fell to the edge of the ruins, crashing into the ground with a loud bang. A deep pit was formed on the ground, and he fell to the bottom of the pit, covered in blood, and was buried by countless clouds of dust. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his white robe was soaked in blood. His entire body was covered in blood. He was severely injured, with at least 160 sword wounds from head to toe. There was almost no intact skin on his body. If he was an ordinary divine prime expert, he would have been ground into minced meat. However, Ji Tianqing was different. He had cultivated the ultimate sword body, and his physical defense had reached the peak of the divine prime level. Moreover, the Seal of Mountains and Rivers and the Kenshin battle robe had helped him to block most of the power. Therefore, he withstood the final attack of the green light treasure tree. Although his physical body was severely injured, it did not shatter into pieces. This was the strength of the sword heart Tao. Using the physical body as the sword embryo, it was like forging a sword, and finally, the physical body was tempered into the ultimate sword body. In terms of physical defense, strength, and speed, Ji Tianqing was absolutely invincible within the divine prime level. Phew! The power of the Dharma treasure is indeed strong. Ji Tianqing struggled to climb out of the mound, and the piercing pain made him groan in pain. Although he was bleeding profusely, his blood had mixed with the mud to form a paste. However, he had the Kenshin bloodline and the ultimate sword body. His physical body's self-healing ability was very abnormal. Moreover, he had cultivated the green-wood spiritual body. When he silently cultivated, his body shone with a dark green light, and the wounds all over his body immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short time, his wounds were all healed, and the blood stopped flowing. Therefore, he flew out of the deep pit, into the dark night sky, and towards the direction of the Duanmu Huang. As he flew in the sky, he saw the scene at the peak of the mountain clearly. The mountain peak within a radius of dozens of miles had been completely turned into ruins, and not even a blade of grass could be seen. There were still a few hundred survivors from the Duanmu family, and they were running down the mountain in horror. More than 300 assassins in black were still chasing after them with all their might. Everyone was scattered halfway up the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, and they were fighting with all their might. The battle was coming to an end, and the Duanmu mansion was no more. 100 miles away, the Greenwood city was also alarmed. Many powerful cultivators were flying across the night sky, and they were rushing over at the speed of light. I can't delay any longer. I have to kill the Duanmu Huang immediately and leave as soon as possible. This thought flashed through Ji Tianqing's mind, and his body emitted a strong killing intent. Swoosh! He flew to the top of a deep pit and looked down at the Duanmu Huang at the bottom of the deep pit. The Duanmu Huang was still lying at the bottom of the pit, struggling on the verge of death. The green light treasured tree was floating beside him, and it constantly emitted a dim green light to heal his wounds. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing did not hesitate any longer. He immediately activated his lifetime's worth of cultivation, and used his ultimate killing move. Sword of Judgment. He activated the sword embryo in his body, and it turned into a giant golden sword with a length of 20 meters. It had a pair of golden wings, and it descended from the sky to attack the Duanmu Huang. Chapter 798. When Ji Tianqing used the Sword of Judgment, he also used the soul-reaping bell. He wanted to kill Duanmu Huang completely. He knew very well that even if a transcendent in the soul refinement realm had their physical body destroyed, their soul would still be able to survive. Only when both the physical body and soul were destroyed could one be considered to have truly died. Bam! With a deafening sound, the Sword of Judgment fell from the sky and instantly hit Duanmu Huang. The dying Duanmu Huang could not dodge at all. His physical body was instantly smashed into pieces and exploded into powder that drifted into the deep pit. His physical body had been destroyed, but he still had 2 soul Dharma eyes left. If these 2 soul Dharma eyes had escaped, Duanmu Huang would have been able to take over another body and cultivate again, returning to his peak in 100 years. However, the soul-reaping bell fell from the sky again, carrying the power to destroy everything as it ruthlessly struck the 2 soul Dharma eyes. Kaboom! Duanmu Huang's 2 soul Dharma eyes were instantly destroyed by the soul-reaping bell. They collapsed into white light that filled the sky and dissipated between heaven and earth. The deafening sound and the dazzling white light only dissipated after a long time. A powerful soul refinement realm cultivator of a generation, the helmsman of an ancient family, Duanmu Huang, was completely annihilated just like that. He had completely fallen. With Duanmu Huang's death, the Duanmu family was considered to have been destroyed. Even though some of the Duanmu clan's members had managed to escape, many of their descendants and heirs were still in Xianwood City or their various properties. They had all managed to escape tonight's calamity. However, these scattered Duanmu family members were all people who did not amount to anything and were not a cause for concern. Without a transcendent as a leader, the remaining Duanmu family members were like a sheet of loose sand. They had no right to take revenge on Ji Tianqing in Cloud Soul Palace. Moreover, Ji Tianqing believed that after the Duanmu family was destroyed, Cloud Soul Palace and the other major forces in Middle State would definitely not let the remaining members of the Duanmu family off. They would definitely eliminate them from the roots. His goal was only to kill Duanmu Huang. There was no need for him to worry about the rest. Cloud Soul Palace would naturally take care of it. Now that Duanmu Huang was dead, he had no more worries. Although he had exhausted all of his strength and was in a miserable state, he was in an extremely sorry state. However, before the experts of the Greenwood City arrived, he quietly left the battlefield and disappeared into the night. Not long after, more than 10 dazzling 5-colored streamers flew over from the direction of the Greenwood City, and arrived in the sky above the ruins. These people were all experts of the Azure Wood City, and basically all of them were inextricably linked to the Duanmu family. Most of them were experts under the Duanmu clan, and a small number of them had business dealings with the Duanmu clan. Previously, everyone had stayed in Azure Wood City, doing their own things. Some were having fun, some were cultivating in seclusion, and some were sleeping soundly. When they noticed the commotion in Duanmu Mansion and saw the dazzling true essence brilliance, they realized that there were experts fighting. However, the experts hesitated for a long time and did not dare to rashly come to investigate. In their opinion, the Duanmu clan was one of the 3 great thousand ancient aristocratic families, and they were extremely powerful. Who would dare to cause trouble in the Duanmu clan? Even if there were some ignorant people who dared to cause trouble in the Duanmu Mansion, they would be quickly killed. However, as time passed, the commotion in the Duanmu Mansion did not calm down. Instead, it became more and more intense, and it became even more earth-shattering. When Duanmu Huang used his ultimate move and destroyed the entire Duanmu Mansion, the entire Azure Wood City was awakened. Many experts finally could not suppress the doubts in their hearts and rushed over to check the situation. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the Duanmu Mansion, the battle had already ended. All they could see was a mess of ruins. The Duanmu Mansion, which used to be glorious and prosperous, had disappeared. The ground was riddled with holes, and it was filled with huge gullies and cracks. Seeing this scene, all the experts present were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they were dumbfounded. Countless people seemed to have been petrified. Their bodies stiffened as they stood rooted to the ground, and they stared at the ruins on the mountain peak. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they did not dare to believe their eyes. They would rather believe that the sun rose from the west than accept the fact that the Duanmu Mansion had been razed to the ground and turned into ruins overnight. This was simply a bolt from the blue. It was the most shocking event in history. After a long time, the experts finally regained their senses. Instantly, they burst into intense discussions and exclamations. "Oh my God! How could this be? The Duanmu Mansion has been razed to the ground. I simply do not dare to believe my eyes. Is this real? Oh my God! An ancient aristocratic family. It's gone just like that. Is this a joke? A mansion with a radius of dozens of miles, thousands of people, and so many experts are all gone just like that? Who did this? How strong must the expert be to have such a terrifying power? It's over. The Duanmu family is completely finished. In the future, only 2 of the 3 aristocratic families are left. This is definitely not something that an expert can do. It is definitely done by a powerful force that surpasses the Duanmu family. As time passed, more and more experts rushed to the ruins of the Duanmu Mansion to check out the situation. Almost everyone was dumbstruck and petrified on the spot when they saw the Duanmu Mansion in ruins. No one dared to believe that this was real. After being stunned for a long time, they finally regained their senses. Then, all kinds of exclamations and roars erupted. Unknowingly, a night had passed and the sky was about to brighten. A new day had arrived. The power structure of the central continent had undergone earth-shaking changes. The news of the Duanmu family's destruction and the mansion's destruction spread from Greenwood City and swept through the central continent like a gale. Greenwood City was shocked. Hundreds of thousands of citizens were indescribably terrified and panicked. There were even many descendants and subordinates of the Duanmu family who fled Greenwood City in a panic, afraid that they would be affected by this disaster. In a short 2 days, the news had spread throughout the central continent. Central Continent City and countless rich and powerful influences all learned of this sensational, world-shocking news. Almost everyone thought that they had heard wrongly when they heard this news. Their faces were filled with astonishment. When the other party confidently told them that the Duanmu family had indeed been destroyed, they were all stunned. The Duanmu family that had been passed down for thousands of years had been destroyed overnight. The family head, Duanmu Huang, had also mysteriously disappeared. No one knew if he was alive or dead. The most terrifying thing was that no one knew who the culprit behind the destruction of the Duanmu family was. Was it some kind of omnipotent expert? Or was it some powerful superforce? No one knew the answer. Similar news spread wantonly around the central continent city and set off a perilous wave among the citizens of various races. Everyone discussed animatedly, and all of them were making wild guesses. Exactly who was it that possessed such shocking ability and courage? There were even countless experts and experts who were guessing. Could it be a supreme martial artist of the primordial soul realm who had made a move? If not, how could the huge Duanmu family, which had a soul refinement realm expert, be destroyed overnight? The 4th update has been delivered, and there are 8 more chapters today. Chapter 799. In Central State City. Not only did the powerful families know about the destruction of the Duanmu clan, even the common people of the various clans knew about it. Almost everyone in the streets and alleys were talking about this matter. In the next few days, or at least for the next half a month, this would be the most explosive news. In the streets and alleys, in the tea houses and wine shops, martial artists of various clans could be seen everywhere. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and discussed with shock and sorrow. The Duanmu clan is a clan with a long history. They control almost half of the medicinal herbs business in Central State. How could they be gone just like that? Yes, I heard about it too. It's unbelievable. If I had the strength of the heavenly origin realm, I would really want to fly to Greenwood City to take a look. Isn't the Duanmu clan's master a spirit-refining realm transcendent expert? Could it be that he couldn't withstand it? Don't you know? The Duanmu clan's master has mysteriously disappeared. No one has found his body. I reckon that the Duanmu clan's master has most likely been killed. There's news from Greenwood City that someone saw Duanmu Huang fighting with an expert that night. Heavens! If that's true, then Duanmu Huang is most likely dead. Otherwise, it's impossible for there to be no news about him. Duanmu Huang is a transcendent expert who has been famous for a long time. In the entire Central State, there are only a handful of people who can kill him, right? Yes. I heard that the masters of the other 2 clans could at most fight to a draw with Duanmu Huang. There are rumors that the expert who killed Duanmu Huang is a supreme martial artist of the primordial soul realm. Even a supreme martial artist made a move. My dear mother, who did the Duanmu clan offend? It can't be the emperor. Hey, do you want to die? How dare you criticize the emperor? Moreover, the emperor is a just and impartial leader of the human race. How could he make a move against Duanmu Huang? There are only 2 or 3 supreme martial artists of the primordial soul realm in the world. Who else could it be other than the emperor? Similar conversations and discussions were taking place in the various cities of the central continent. Most of the people who did not know the truth believed in the rumors. They believed that the murderer who killed Duanmu Huang and destroyed the Duanmu family was a supreme primordial spirit cultivator. After all, in everyone's opinion, only a primordial soul supremacy would have such terrifying strength to kill Duanmu Huang and destroy the Duanmu clan overnight. The real culprit, Ji Tianqing, had also become a supreme primordial soul stage cultivator. He was worshipped and praised by millions of martial artists and commoners. Of course, the remaining forces of the Duanmu family that had escaped the net also hated Ji Tianqing to the core. These people didn't dare to seek revenge for the Duanmu clan, so they could only use the most vicious words to curse and spit at him. Achoo! In Tianqing Palace, Ji Tianqing, who was recuperating in a secret chamber, suddenly sneezed. Damn it, I've been sneezing for the past 2 days. Someone must be cursing me behind my back. He rubbed his nose and muttered angrily. He frowned. That night 3 days ago, he had exhausted all his strength and used all his means to finally kill Duanmu Huang. Before many experts arrived, he quietly left the battlefield. Then, he returned to the temporary stronghold in the Mangu forest and met up with Yan, Qianyu, and the White Ape. The Beast King had already completed his task and returned to the temporary stronghold. Everyone was nervous and worried, anxiously waiting for his return. Seeing that he had returned alive, the Beast King, Yan, and the 3 spirit beasts were wild with joy and excitement. At that time, Ji Tianqing was exhausted and didn't even have the strength to fly. The Beast King was also seriously injured. He was covered in wounds and almost turned into a bloody man. Therefore, Ji Tianqing, the Beast King, and Yan rode on Qianyu and the little black dragon and quickly left the Mangu forest. They didn't return to the central continent city until the evening of the day before yesterday. The Beast King was seriously injured. After returning to the city, he hurried back to the breeze yard with the White Ape to heal himself. Ji Tianqing didn't dare to waste any time. He took Yan, Qianyu, and the little black dragon back to the Tianqing palace to heal himself. He had been healing himself in the secret chamber for 2 days and 2 nights. During these 2 days, he relied on the Kenshin bloodline, the ultimate sword body, and the Greenwood spirit body to heal himself. He also consumed 20,000 spiritual stones worth of Dan beads. Finally, he recovered more than half of his physical injuries. However, his soul was also seriously injured. It was very difficult for him to recover. He needed a long time to heal himself. After all, the herbs to heal the soul were the rarest and rarest. Fortunately, he had a nirvana crystal in his head. It had been strengthening and protecting his soul for nearly a year. During these 2 days of closed-door cultivation, other than healing his injuries, he had also done something extremely important. He broke through the shackles and reached the 7th level of Sky Origin stage in the desperate fight with Duanmu Huang. In this operation, besides the destruction of the Duanmu clan, this was his second biggest gain. It was a great surprise. He had been stuck at the peak of the 6th level of Sky Origin stage. He had to find an opportunity to break through. The fight with Duanmu Huang, who was in the soul refining stage, was an extremely dangerous test of life and death. It was an opportunity to obtain treasures and martial arts inheritance. Dangerous battles and trials of life and death were also opportunities. Ji Tianqing was the #1 genius of the human race. He was very talented in martial arts. He seized the opportunity in the fight. When he was seriously injured and in a dangerous situation, he tried to operate the 9th level of the sword heart to refine his heart. He succeeded. That was why he could break through to the next level. Now that he had reached the 7th level of Sky Origin stage, he needed to concentrate on the 9th level of the sword heart to refine the sword heart. However, he had something on his mind. He decided to stop cultivating for the time being. Phew! President Ji Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly stopped his cultivation. I have been cultivating in seclusion for 2 days. It has been 3 days. The news should have spread out by now, this thought flashed through his mind. He pondered for a moment, then got up and left the secret room. Anyway, he had recovered a lot from his injuries. It wouldn't affect his movement. He decided to find Yunyao and ask about the situation outside. When he walked out of the secret room, he saw several people standing at the door. Dressed in a long white dress, Yun Yao's face was as calm as water. Her eyes were filled with deep worry as she stared fixedly at him. Long Yunxiao, who was wearing a golden robe, looked serious. He was waiting quietly. Xian Yu, Yan, and the little black dragon were waiting for him at the door. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianqing was stunned for a moment, then he revealed a face full of smiles. Yun Yao looked at him from head to toe. Seeing that he was safe and sound and that his injuries had recovered a lot, she let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Tianqing, you are finally out. It's great that you are fine. She walked up to him. Ji Tianqing nodded with a smile and said to her softly, Yao Yao, don't worry. I told you I would be fine. After saying that, he turned his head and glanced at Long Yunxiao. He secretly sent a voice transmission to Yun Yao. Yao Yao, does the emperor already know that I killed Duanmu Huang? Yun Yao's expression did not change, but she secretly replied, perhaps he has guessed it, but I did not reveal any information. At this moment, Long Yunxiao walked over to the two of them. His voice was filled with concern as he asked, Tianqing, how are your injuries? Ji Tianqing nodded with a smile and said, thank you for your concern, Emperor. My injuries are fine now. Long Yunxiao nodded and hesitated for a while. Then he asked tentatively, Tianqing, did you really do that? Obviously, he was shocked and incredulous when he heard the news of the Duanmu family's destruction. After he calmed down, he thought about it carefully and guessed that it was Ji Tianqing who did it. Chapter 800. Long Yunxiao could not understand. Ji Tianqing was only at ethereal stage. How could he kill Duanmu Huang who was at soul-tempering stage? Therefore, he hurried to Tianqing Palace and stood outside the secret chamber for an entire day. He wanted to ask Chen Xiaobei in person. However, he looked at Ji Tianqing expectantly. Ji Tianqing pretended to be confused and asked, what is it? I don't quite understand what you mean. Long Yunxiao smiled when he saw Chen Xiaobei's reaction. He, since you are pretending to be confused in front of me, then you must have done it. That's right. Not only Ji Tianqing, but Yun Yao, Yan, and the others were also stunned. Their expressions became a little strange. Ji Tianqing glared at Long Yunxiao and muttered, hey, what are you talking about? Don't think that you can slander others just because you are the emperor. Anyway, that matter has nothing to do with me. No matter what you say, I will not admit it. Long Yunxiao's smile became more and more playful. He nodded and said, all right, since you are not willing to admit it, then when the emperor asks about this matter, I will tell him exactly what you said. Ahem. Long Yunxiao, are you trying to set me up? After the Duanmu family was destroyed, there were only two ancient families left in the human race. This was the result that the imperial court did not want to see. Everyone knew what kind of reaction the emperor would have when he found out about this. Because of this, Ji Tianqing would never admit that he killed Duanmu Huang. Yun Zhongqi would never admit that it was Cloud Spirit Palace that destroyed the Duanmu family. Anyway, their plan was very thorough and they did not leave any evidence behind. Even if the imperial court guessed that it was them who did it, as long as there was no conclusive evidence, they could only turn a blind eye. If Long Yunxiao told Ji Tianqing's words to the emperor, it would be like revealing 300 taels of silver here. Seeing that Ji Tianqing was frustrated and helpless, Long Yunxiao suddenly laughed out loud. Humph. You brat, you always make this monarch feel depressed. This time, this monarch can finally return the favor. He thought so in his heart, feeling rather pleased. After all, Ji Tianqing had done such an earth-shattering thing. It could be said that he had created an unprecedented miracle. The gap between him and Long Yunxiao was getting bigger and bigger. He had completely surpassed Long Yunxiao. Being able to provoke him verbally was also a delightful thing. However, Long Yunxiao didn't get to be complacent for long before he knew the consequences. Ji Tianqing and his wife, Ji Tianqing and his fiancée, Yun Yao, junior brother Yan, and the two spirit beasts were all glaring at Long Yunxiao angrily. Everyone's gazes harbored malicious intentions, and they all had a hostile attitude. Long Yunxiao quickly retracted his smile and resumed his expressionless and calm demeanor. His tone was solemn as he said, "All right, since you're fine, Tianqing, this monarch is relieved. Take your time to chat. I still have to return to the imperial court to report to the emperor." After saying that, he waved his hand at everyone and left Tianqing Palace as if he was escaping. There was no other way. If he continued to stay, he would definitely incur the wrath of the crowd and be besieged by them. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Leaving was the best plan. After Long Yunxiao left, Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao, and the others looked at each other and smiled, revealing a mocking expression. Xian Yu chuckled proudly and muttered, "The emperor is such a fool. He actually wants to find an opportunity to attack old Ji. With us here, he has no chance. Let's go. Let's talk in the study." Ji Tianqing held Yun Yao's hand, led Yan, and the two spirit beasts out of the secret room, and walked to the study. After arriving at the study, Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao took their seats. Without waiting for Ji Tianqing to ask, Yun Yao took the initiative to say, "Tianqing, I contacted my father yesterday. He is in a very good mood and is very excited. Now that the Duanmu family has been destroyed, the predicament of Cloud Spirit Palace has been resolved. He can finally breathe a sigh of relief. No one would have thought that this operation would go so smoothly. He was also quite surprised. You are the biggest contributor to this operation. My father said that he can fulfill his promise to you at any time. He also said that as long as your father agrees on the wedding date with them, he will set up a 10-mile-long corridor and tens of thousands of people outside Cloud Spirit Palace to welcome you into Cloud Spirit Palace." Speaking of this matter, Yun Yao was no longer as shy as before. Her expression remained normal, but a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes, and her sparkling earlobes were a little red. Ji Tianqing sat beside her and looked at her beautiful cheeks and sparkling earlobes. He was quite moved. If it wasn't for Yener, Xian Yu, and the little black dragon, he would have kissed Yun Yao. However, he controlled himself and nodded with a smile. Now that the Duanmu family has been destroyed, the world is at peace. I sent someone to send the marriage contract back to the Tianshan region. Father will receive it soon. I really hope that father can come to Central State soon and discuss this matter with uncle and auntie. We can set the wedding date as soon as possible. That way, I can marry you as soon as possible." Yun Yao nodded and slightly lowered her head. She continued, "Other than these words, my father also told me to tell you that you only need to focus on recovering from your injuries. After the Duanmu family is destroyed, Cloud Spirit Palace will take care of everything. They will definitely pull out the roots and not leave behind any future troubles. According to my father's estimates, the destruction of the Duanmu family will cause Central State to be in chaos for a few months to half a year. However, he has already made arrangements and preparations. He will soon be able to control the situation and stabilize Central State. At most, in half a year, Cloud Spirit Palace and the many forces under the Yun family will wipe out the remnants of the Duanmu family." Ji Tianqing nodded and said with a smile, "That's good. I'm not worried about uncle." After a moment of silence, he thought of something and asked Yun Yao, "By the way, Yao Yao, can you help me ask uncle if there are any soul-refining cultivators in the Duanmu family other than Duanmu Huang? I feel that the destruction of the Duanmu family was unexpectedly smooth. For an ancient family like the Duanmu family, Duanmu Huang should not be the only soul-refining cultivator, right? However, when I killed Duanmu Huang, there was no other soul-refining cultivator in the Duanmu family. In the entire Duanmu family, there were only a few elders and guards in the 7th or 8th level of Sky Origin stage who were not too bad." Speaking of this, Yun Yao's expression changed slightly. She said in a serious tone, Tianqing, this is the last thing my father wanted me to tell you. You guessed right. The Duanmu family does have 2 soul-refining cultivators. Other than Duanmu Huang, there is another soul-refining cultivator around the 6th level. He is the great elder of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Peng. This person has not shown his face for 60 years. It is said that he went to the great swamp of the southern wasteland to explore the remains of the primordial spirit supreme cultivator. He is looking for a breakthrough in a desperate situation. Hearing this news, Ji Tianqing frowned and his expression became serious. As expected. I knew it. How can a family that has been passed down for thousands of years only have 1 soul-refining cultivator? I didn't expect the great elder of the Duanmu family to be even stronger than Duanmu Huang. Yunyao nodded and said with a serious expression, my father said that 60 years ago, Duanmu Peng was already in the 6th level of soul-refining cultivator. Now that 60 years have passed, even my father doesn't know what realm his strength has reached. My grandfather traveled in the great swamp of the southern wasteland for over 20 years and did not meet Duanmu Peng. He also did not get any information about him. Maybe Duanmu Peng is already dead. Maybe he got some lucky chance and became even stronger. These are all hard to say. You only need to know about this matter. You don't need to worry too much. Ji Tianqing obviously knew that Yun Yao said this to comfort him. No matter how dangerous the great swamp of the southern wasteland was, a 6th level soul-refining cultivator would not die so easily. It was very likely that Duanmu Peng was still alive. It was just that he was delayed by something, so he did not appear for so many years. But once Duanmu Peng left the great swamp of the southern wasteland and found out that the Duanmu family was destroyed, he would go crazy with rage. He would definitely take revenge for the Duanmu family. At that time, Ji Tianqing and Cloud Spirit Palace would be in danger and suffer from Duanmu Peng's cruel revenge. Chapter 801. South of the central state, inside the sky-connecting mountain range. On top of the sky-connecting peak, the human imperial court loomed in the clouds. It was as glorious and divine as always. It was evening now. The setting sun shone down and the golden sunlight shone on the sea of clouds on top of the mountain. It made the imperial court look auspicious and colorful. Inside a majestic palace deep inside the imperial court, there were many guards wearing armor and carrying swords. The atmosphere was solemn and stern. This palace called the Heavenly Dragon Palace was the 3rd Prince Long Zitian's bedroom. In a secret chamber inside the Heavenly Dragon Palace, the light was dim and the spiritual qi was abundant. The floor and walls were decorated with countless rare and precious gems. This secret chamber was protected by a soul-level formation. The abundant spiritual qi formed clouds and condensed into spiritual liquid. It filled the spiritual liquid pool in the corner of the secret chamber. In comparison, this secret chamber was as luxurious as the training room in the Duanmu Huang. It was just smaller in size. At this moment, the 3rd prince with a naked upper body and a heavenly dragon gold crown on his head was sitting cross-legged in the spiritual liquid pool. He was cultivating silently. Since 2 months ago, he had been staying in this secret chamber in the Heavenly Dragon Palace. He had been cultivating in seclusion day and night to break through to the refined soul stage. After all, he was already half a step into the refined soul stage. He was eager to reach the refined soul stage. The 9th level of the Heavenly Origin stage was only 1 step away from the 1st level of the refined soul stage. The 9th level of the Heavenly Origin stage represented the limit of a martial artist's body. Elite warriors of the refined soul stage had surpassed ordinary martial artists. They were extraordinary warriors who had reached another profound level. Only by reaching the refined soul stage could one become famous in the world and become a great warrior respected by all martial artists. Only elite warriors of the refined soul stage could roam the Tian Xian land, step into the Eastern Sea, explore the forbidden area of the southern desolate swamp, explore the mysteries of heaven and earth, and pursue the supreme martial arts. To the third prince, only by reaching the refined soul stage as soon as possible could he widen the gap between him and the other princes. Once he reached the refined soul stage, not only would his status reach the peak, he would also control more power. However, how could it be so easy to break through the shackles between the heavenly origin stage and the refined soul stage? 95% of heavenly origin stage elite warriors could not break through to the refined soul stage in their lifetime. Even if those geniuses could break through the shackles, it would take at least 10 years, and at most 30 to 50 years of bitter cultivation. The third prince had only been cultivating in seclusion for 2 months and had not even found the trick to breaking through the shackles. At this moment, a dull bell rang outside the door of the secret chamber, and the stone door lit up with a dazzling 5-colored light. Someone was knocking on the door of the secret chamber. Before the third prince went into seclusion, he had ordered that unless something extremely important happened, no one was to disturb him. What was an extremely important matter? For example, the death of the emperor, the death of the empress, the premature death of the son of heaven, or the death of the imperial tutor. Only matters of this level could be considered extremely important. The third prince was immediately awakened. He quickly stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes. Shwa! When he opened his eyes, his red phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his entire body erupted with a dignified and domineering aura. He glanced at the shining stone door and frowned. He whispered, he actually forced his way in. Could it be that Long Yunxiao is dead? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and shot out a ray of 5-colored brilliance into the secret chamber's stone door. Instantly, the heavy stone door opened with a rumbling sound. A burly young man of about 16 or 17 years old with a head full of red hair quickly stepped into the secret chamber. This young man's eyes were crimson red, and his entire body emitted a demonic aura. He was the third prince's adopted son, Tuoba Rui. Tuoba Rui walked into the secret chamber with a solemn expression. He came to the side of the spiritual liquid pool and bowed respectfully. "Father, I have important news to report." I had no choice but to knock on the door. When the third prince saw his solemn and anxious expression, he instantly had a bad premonition. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you in such a panic?" Tuoba Rui quickly replied in a deep voice, "Father, 3 nights ago, the Duanmu residence was suddenly attacked by a large group of experts. It was razed to the ground overnight. Thousands of people from the Duanmu family were killed, and only a few dozen managed to escape. Duanmu Huang was fighting with a mysterious expert. In the end, no one knew where he went. No one knew if he was alive or dead." When the third prince heard the news from Tuoba Rui, his expression changed drastically, and his pupils shrank. All the muscles in his body instantly tightened, and his fists were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. His expression became gloomy and ferocious. The Duanmu family was destroyed overnight. Duanmu Huang was also killed. Who was it? Who had the guts to cause such a huge disaster? The third prince growled coldly. It was obvious that he was extremely shocked and furious. The Duanmu family and the Murong family were under his control, and they were his most powerful trump card. They could be said to be his left and right arms, and they were also his capital to complete his great ambitions. Now, his left arm was suddenly chopped off. How could he not be furious? Tuoba Rui saw that the third prince was on the verge of going crazy. After a moment of silence, he cupped his hands and said, "Father, the news from Greenwood City said that someone saw the mysterious expert fighting with Duanmu Huang. Countless people said that it was a primordial soul supremacy, bullshit." The third prince actually swore for the first time. Tuoba Rui knew very well that his foster father had always been shrewd. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. However, he did not expect his foster father to be so furious that he even swore. This was the first time he heard it. This also made him understand how furious his foster father was. The third prince took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. He said with a cold and dignified tone, "Currently, on the Tianxian continent, there are only 2 or 3 primordial soul supremacies. The monarch would never attack Duanmu Huang. The one from the monarch mansion has disappeared for 200 years. It is impossible for him to suddenly attack. The murderer is at most a spiritualist. Immediately send people to investigate. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find the murderer." The third prince's tone was as cold as ice. His voice was powerful and contained an unquestionable dignity. Tuoba Rui did not dare to talk nonsense. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Yes, sir." Then, he turned around and left the secret room. The third prince pondered for a long time with a gloomy expression. His expression changed several times before he finally calmed down. 2 days passed quickly. Ji Tianqing had been staying in Tianqing Palace. He was silently healing his injuries in his room and consolidating his martial arts foundation. Early in the morning, Yan suddenly came to the door and reported a piece of news. "Senior brother Tianqing, the guard from the monarch mansion just sent a message. Divine Mentor Black Feather has summoned you for a meeting." Hearing Yan words, Ji Tianqing suddenly woke up. He quickly ended his cultivation and walked out of the room. He looked at Yan and asked, "Divine Mentor Black Feather summoned me? Did the guard say what it was about?" Yan shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Ji Tianqing frowned and thought for a while. He guessed the answer in his heart. He quickly left Tianqing Palace and flew toward Black Feather Palace. Chapter 802. When Ji Tianqing arrived at the Black Feather Palace, he saw that there were already 3 people in the main hall. The black-robed powerhouse sitting in the middle of the hall was none other than Divine Master Black Feather. 10 steps away from him, 2 young emperors stood side by side. They were Yun Yao and Long Yunxiao. Ji Tianqing immediately understood what was going on. They had also received Divine Master Black Feather's summons and hurried over. Ji Tianqing walked into the main hall and stood beside Yun Yao. He bowed to Divine Master Black Feather and said, "Ji Tianqing greets Divine Master Black Feather." Divine Master Black Feather nodded slightly and said calmly, "Since everyone is here, I'll announce something. Over the past few days, I've done a lot of research and investigation, and I've finally gained something. The matter is starting to take shape. I'm sure that the demonic goo was created by the ancient fiend emperor. Its vitality is extremely strong, and it must be burned to ashes with the extreme yang true fire before it can be completely killed. When the demonic goo grows to a certain extent, it will split and produce new demonic goo to infect others. The more demonic goo there are, the more powerful it will be, and the faster the ancient fiend emperor will be able to increase his strength. Moreover, the demonic goo will definitely devour the person's flesh and soul, and the person will die within a month. Even if the demonic goo is forcefully removed from the person's body, the person will die within 3 days. The demonic goo in Tang Shuqing's body was removed by Ji Tianqing, and he died after being unconscious for 3 days. Ji Tianqing, Long Yunxiao, and Yun Yao's expressions turned grave when they heard what Divine Master Black Feather said. "It's so difficult to deal with. You'll definitely die after being hit by the demonic goo. This demonic goo is already very difficult to deal with, and it can split and regenerate. The ancient fiend emperor deserves to die. How dare he spread such vicious demonic goo? What is he trying to do?" Divine Master Black Feather continued, "Not only are there demons in Zhongzhou City disguised as humans and demons, spreading demonic goo everywhere. There are also demons in the hundreds of cities in Zhongzhou, and they're spreading demonic goo everywhere. The situation was getting more and more serious, and it was getting out of hand. Even if the lords of the cities do their best to investigate and rescue, they can't stop the spread of the demonic parasites." Ji Tianqing frowned and said in a grave tone, the demon race is actually so rampant. If this continues, won't the central continent fall into chaos? That's right. Divine Master Heiyu nodded and said with a solemn expression, one of the goals of the ancient demon emperor is to plunge the middle region into chaos and panic. Not only did it want to use the demonic goo to quickly recover its strength, but it also wanted to use the demonic goo to create chaos and take revenge on the humans and demons. 1,000 years ago, the ancient Diablo demon emperor had done the same thing. It used the demonic goo to create a terrible disaster, causing tens of millions of warriors and civilians to die. Hundreds of cities were covered in blood and corpses were everywhere. Back then, its strength had reached the primordial soul realm and above, making it almost unstoppable. It had created that monstrous bloody disaster, causing the people of both the human and demon races to be filled with resentment. They hated the devil race to the bone. Now that the ancient Diablo demon emperor had been suppressed for 1,000 years, its vitality was greatly damaged, and its strength was extremely weak. However, it had already escaped back to its nest in the northern desert for almost a year. With the help of the demonic goo to recover its strength, it should have regained the strength of the soul refinement realm by now. Moreover, the demonic goo it created this time is even more difficult to deal with than the demonic goo from 1,000 years ago. I have yet to think of any effective way to deal with it. Divine Master Heiyu's words made Ji Tianqing and the other two's hearts sink. With the lesson of the disaster from 1,000 years ago, the three of them had a premonition that the ancient Diablo demon emperor would definitely create an even more earth-shattering and bloody disaster this time. However, even Divine Master Heiyu, a powerful soul refinement cultivator, was helpless against the ancient Diablo demon emperor's scheme. They were filled with grief, anger, and helplessness. Seeing that the three of them were silent with a heavy heart, Divine Master Black Feather continued, I've also found out that in order to ensure the success of the demonic goo plan, not only did the ancient diabolical emperor send a large number of demon kings and demon generals to infiltrate Zhongzhou, he even sent 2 demon marshals. There are 6 demon marshals under the ancient Diablo demon emperor, and they are all powerful soul refinement cultivators. Their methods are extremely vicious and cruel. The reason why the demonic goo plan could spread so quickly to the hundreds of cities in the central continent is greatly related to those 2 demon marshals. Now, the 2 demon marshals and a large number of demon kings and demon generals have already infiltrated the hundreds of cities in the central continent. It is impossible to guard against them. If the demonic goo continues to spread, the tragedy from back then will definitely repeat itself, and the disaster will descend again. Long Yunxiao could no longer suppress the grief and anger in his heart. He asked Divine Master Heiyu, Divine Master Heiyu, do we really have no way to stop the ancient Diablo demon emperor's scheme? The disaster of tens of millions of people dying has already happened. How can we let the bloody lesson repeat itself? The demonic goo and those demon generals and demon kings hiding in the hundreds of cities in the central continent are too many and too well hidden. We can't do anything to them for now. However, we can solve the problem from the root. We can gather all the powerful cultivators in the world and directly attack the northern desert to kill the ancient Diablo demon emperor. 1,000 years ago, the ancient Diablo demon emperor's strength had surpassed the Essence soul realm, and perhaps no one could kill him. But now, the ancient Diablo demon emperor has not recovered and only has the strength of a soul refinement realm cultivator. As long as all the powerful cultivators join forces to kill him, we will definitely be able to kill him. As long as he dies, the demonic goo problem will naturally be resolved. Long Yunxiao's tone was impassioned and full of pride and battle intent, making one's blood boil. Even Ji Tianqing and Yunyao secretly nodded in agreement with this idea. However, Divine Master Heiyu shook his head solemnly after hearing Long Yunxiao's words. No, Son of Heaven, you are underestimating the demon race and the ancient Diablo demon emperor too much. The northern desert is an extremely bitter and cold place that has been abandoned by the heavens. The terrain there is dangerous and extremely complicated, and it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The demon race knows the northern desert like the back of their hands, but the cultivators of the other races are unfamiliar with it. If they are not careful, they will lose their lives. The ancient Diablo demon emperor is also hiding in the northern desert. That is the place where the past demon emperors have lived. After tens of thousands of years of defense and construction, how can it be easily attacked? The idea you mentioned has already been tried 1,000 years ago. Back then, the imperial court of the human race gathered many powerful cultivators and fought their way into the northern desert to attack the ancient Diablo demon emperor's nest. However, before they could reach the ancient Diablo demon emperor's nest, more than half of them were killed or injured. In the end, the ancient Diablo demon emperor took the opportunity to counterattack and killed many powerful cultivators of the human race. Not only that, but the ancient Diablo demon emperor also took the opportunity to attack the human race's territory. He massacred millions of people and destroyed dozens of cities. Chapter 803. Divine Master He Yu's words caused Long Yunxiao's expression to change drastically as he clenched his fists. Ji Tianqing and Yunyao were also extremely shocked. Their hearts were heavy and filled with grief and indignation. Obviously, this was a disgrace to the human race and the imperial court. The three of them did not know about this. Ji Tianqing vaguely guessed something, so he asked Divine Master He Yu, Divine Master He Yu, 1,000 years ago, the ancient demon emperor wreaked havoc in the world. The human imperial court gathered many powerhouses but failed to kill him. In the end, who was the one who defeated the demon emperor? Divine Master He Yu glanced at him with a strange look in his eyes. He said calmly, back then, the demon emperor started a massacre in the human race's territory. Blood flowed and corpse puppets were everywhere. The human imperial court and other powerhouses were greatly injured and could not stop the demon emperor from wreaking havoc. In the end, the imperial court asked Kenshin for help to defeat the demon emperor in the Tianshan region and suppress him. Aren't you from the Tianshan region? You should have heard of this, right? Ji Tianqing obviously knew about this, but he just wanted to verify it with Divine Master He Yu. Hearing Divine Master He Yu's words, he quickly explained, I did hear some news about this, but I only treated it as a legend and did not believe it. After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen and was extremely heavy. The ancient demon emperor was powerful and his methods were unpredictable. Even if he hid in the northern desert, he could still use the demon venomous worms to harm the world. It was almost impossible to gather all the powerhouses to attack the demon emperor's nest and kill him. However, the devil commanders, devil kings, and devil generals under the devil emperor's command were also cunning, cruel, and cruel. These demons hid very well and there were many of them. They sneaked into the hundreds of cities in Zhongzhou and spread the demon venomous worms. They were about to cause a huge bloodbath and create a huge disaster. However, no one had found an effective way to restrain the stronger demon venomous worms and demons. Everyone could only look on helplessly as the central state's 100 cities fell into chaos. Countless young elites were implanted with demonic bugs and turned into devils that slaughtered the innocent. At the thought of this, everyone's hearts were filled with grief and indignation. They wished they could tear the ancient demon emperor and his subordinates into pieces. At this moment, Yunyao sighed with a solemn expression and asked softly, Master, if the demonic goo insect spreads again, the disaster from 1,000 years ago will happen again. Won't the ancient demon emperor sweep across the Zhongzhou continent and bring disaster to the world? 1,000 years ago, Kenshin was still able to suppress it. Now that it has regained its peak strength, doesn't that mean that no one in this world can kill it? God Master He Yu also sighed helplessly and said solemnly, in the current world, it is indeed impossible to find a peerless expert comparable to Kenshin. The ancient demonic emperor was born from an ancient demonic seed. Although he was not in the immortal state, he was almost immortal. In this world, only Kenshin can restrain him. If you want to kill him completely, you would have to wait for Kenshin to come back to life, or... At this point, God Master Yu paused as if he was lost in his memories and hesitated. Ji Tianqing had always been very sensitive to information related to Kenshin. He hurriedly asked, Master, or what? Divine Master Yu glanced at him and revealed a meaningful look. He said solemnly, the sword god has already fallen. He can't be reborn. Other than Kenshin, the only thing that can restrain the ancient demonic emperor is that divine sword of his. Now that the ancient demonic emperor's strength has yet to recover, if we can find that divine sword, we might be able to fight with the ancient demonic emperor and have a chance of killing or suppressing him. Kenshin's divine sword. Ji Tianqing, Yin Yao, and Long Yunxiao's expressions changed as a glint flashed across their eyes. The three of them were well aware that Ji Tianqing was the successor of Kenshin. Therefore, when they heard God Master Yu's words, Long Yunxiao and Yin Yao instinctively looked at Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing's expression did not change, and he did not have much of a reaction. However, he thought to himself, Divine Master Black Feather is talking about buried heaven. The burial of heaven is also the demonic emperor's nemesis. That's right. When I was at the Tianjin sect, I summoned the heavenly sword steel and used the power of the burial of heaven to severely injure the demonic emperor. At that time, the demonic emperor was extremely terrified and furious, as if he was very wary of the burial of heaven. I see. God Master Yu was right. At that thought, Ji Tianqing made up his mind to ask about the burial of heaven after leaving the Black Feather Palace. After that, God Master Yu told Ji Tianqing and the other two about the demonic venomous insects. The three of them bowed and bade farewell to God Master Yu before leaving the Black Feather Palace together. Long Yunxiao and Yin Yao's hearts were heavy. After bidding farewell to Ji Tianqing, they returned to their respective caves. Ji Tianqing also returned to the Tianqing Palace quietly and quickly entered the secret chamber. He sat cross-legged in the secret chamber and quickly gathered his soul consciousness to enter the Kenshin's tomb. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Ji Tianqing, who was in his soul state, entered the cold and gloomy Kenshin's tomb and appeared under the heavenly sword steel that was thousands of feet tall. At that moment, he was a miniature version of himself that was condensed by the white fog of his soul. He had not entered the Kenshin's tomb for a long time, so he looked around. Although the Kenshin's tomb was still cold and gloomy as usual, it was filled with a mysterious grey fog and death aura. However, the heavenly sword steel had changed. The 4 words on the dark and cold sword steel had become more vigorous, and the sword aura was sharp. Moreover, the heavenly sword steel was surrounded by dense spirit chi that formed layers of clouds. It seems that I have also benefited the burial of heaven greatly after devouring the ancient green maple tree's power for hundreds of years. My power has recovered a lot. He looked at the 18 tombstones on both sides of the heavenly sword steel. He saw that the 9 tombstones on the left had become blank. The sword heart Dao technique recorded on the tombstones had long disappeared. As I expected, I have already cultivated to the 9th level of the sword heart Dao, so the 9th level of the technique has disappeared. Ji Tianqing murmured in his heart and looked at the 9 tombstones on the right side of the heavenly sword steel. The 9 cold and dark tombstones had been blank before. However, at that moment, Ji Tianqing found that lines of ancient characters had appeared on the 9 tombstones. However, the ancient characters engraved on the tombstones were very mottled and blurred. It was impossible to recognize them. He was a little puzzled and subconsciously walked toward the 9 tombstones, wanting to take a closer look. At that moment, the vigorous voice of the burial of heaven suddenly sounded from the heavenly sword steel that was thousands of feet tall. You haven't even cultivated the sword heart Dao, and you're in such a hurry to check the spirit cultivation realm technique? Suddenly hearing the voice of the burial of heaven, Ji Tianqing hurriedly stopped and looked up at the huge sword steel. He smiled and said, Burial of heaven, I haven't called you yet. Why are you awake? Chapter 804. Ji Tianqing originally thought that Burial of Heaven would at least tell him what the technique on the right tombstone was. Unexpectedly, Burial of Heaven only responded with an and did not say anything else. Ji Tianqing was puzzled and could not help but ask, Burial of Heaven, what technique is recorded on the 9 tombstones? I have already mastered the 9th level of the sword heart and will be cultivating that technique soon. Can you give me some information in advance? Burial of Heaven's tone was calm and vigorous. Then we'll talk about it after you've mastered the sword heart. Ji Tianqing frowned and looked at the heaven sword steel with dissatisfaction. Burial of Heaven was silent for a moment before asking in a deep voice, why are you looking for me? Only then did Ji Tianqing stop thinking about that method. He said in all seriousness, Buried Heaven, the ancient demon emperor is hiding in the northern desert's lair now, but he can still wreak havoc in the world. He sent out 2 demon marshals and a large number of demon kings and demon generals to infiltrate the hundreds of cities in the middle state to sow demon venomous insects everywhere and harm the young talents of both the human and demon races. I know that the demon emperor committed countless sins 1,000 years ago and harmed tens of millions of martial artists and civilians. In the end, it was Kenshin who defeated him and suppressed him in the Tianjin region. Other than Kenshin, Burial of Heaven is also the nemesis of the demon emperor, right? Burial of Heaven listened to his words silently. Its aura was as calm as ice and there were not many ripples. The demon emperor had harmed tens of millions of lives. This kind of crime was so cruel and vicious that it made people's hair stand on end. But Burial of Heaven did not have much of a reaction after hearing it. Maybe it was because it was something that happened 1,000 years ago. Or maybe, Burial of Heaven had experienced countless storms and seen a wider world and was already indifferent to such things. Until Ji Tianqing finished speaking, it replied with a dull and asked, do you want to find the divine sword and use it to deal with the demon emperor? Ji Tianqing nodded and said solemnly, I do want to find the divine sword of Burial of Heaven, not only to deal with the demon emperor, but also to help you find your body. Burial of Heaven, do you know the whereabouts of the divine sword? After Kenshin fell, where did the divine sword go? Buried Heaven recalled in silence for a long time before saying solemnly, the divine sword has been broken a long time ago. Even if you can retrieve the broken sword, its power will be far less than before. If you have made up your mind to look for it, you might as well give it a try in the great swamp of the southern wasteland. Of the southern desert again? Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and said with a face full of doubts, I've heard this name many times recently, so I have some understanding of the southern wasteland Great Marsh. It is said that it is the land of God's punishment. It is incomparably dangerous. Without the strength of the soul-refining realm, entering is seeking death. Land of God's punishment. Burial of Heaven was startled. Then it sneered with a playful tone. He, God's punishment. For mortals, this name is quite appropriate. Ji Tianqing was interested when he heard it. He quickly asked, Burial of Heaven, from what you said, do you know the truth about the land of God's punishment in the southern desert? That area became a land of death and countless countries and tribes were destroyed. Is it related to you and Kenshin? Burial of Heaven was silent and did not answer. Ji Tianqing had to ask a few times before it finally gave him a response. I don't remember these things completely. I will tell you when I remember them. Let's continue talking about the divine sword. If you can find the broken divine sword, it will be a good thing for me. At least, I can return to the divine sword's body and recover my strength faster. Ji Tianqing's heart was moved when he heard it. He was full of expectations. In that case, I must find the Burial of Heaven's divine sword as soon as possible. Burial of Heaven, the divine sword is damaged and its power has decreased greatly. Do you have any way to repair the divine sword? Burial of Heaven replied without hesitation, of course there is a way, but it requires a lot of top divine level materials. The star divine gold you obtained before is one of them. Moreover, only the strength of the soul refining realm can repair the divine sword. With your current strength, it is unknown whether you can find the divine sword in the southern desert, let alone repair it. Ji Tianqing frowned. He silently made up his mind and said, well, then I have to work hard to cultivate and strive to reach the soul-refining realm as soon as possible. Only then can I enter the southern desert to find the divine sword. Then, he did not waste any more time. He said goodbye to burial of heaven and left the Kenshin tomb. He sat cross-legged in the dark secret chamber and looked at the ground solemnly as he pondered silently. The ancient demon emperor had made a comeback and was about to use the demonic venomous insects to create an earth-shattering catastrophe. This made his heart heavy as if a huge rock was pressing down on it. After knowing that the broken divine sword was lost in the southern desert, he was eager to improve his strength and reach the soul-refining realm as soon as possible to find the divine sword. In short, the root of the problem was that he had to constantly improve his strength to have a chance to resolve the ancient demon emperor's conspiracy and resist the impending disaster. Otherwise, when the demon emperor wreaked havoc in the middle state and wantonly killed all the martial artists in the world, he would not be able to escape death. After all, he had the Kenshin bloodline and was the ancient demon emperor's #1 enemy. Strength. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Ji Tianqing roared in his heart. He had made up his mind to cultivate hard and strive to reach the soul-refining realm as soon as possible. After that, he stayed in the secret chamber and cultivated the Tao of the heart of the sword. He tempered his heart over and over again, enduring the pain of thousands of arrows piercing his heart to strengthen it. In 2 days, he endured the pain of hundreds of thousands of sword chi piercing his heart and even vomited blood twice. It was rare to see someone vomiting blood while cultivating in seclusion. The 8th and 9th levels of the sword heart were extremely difficult and harsh to cultivate. It was no different from self-mutilation. The 8th level of the sword heart was to temper the body, which was equivalent to cutting oneself into pieces. The 9th level of the sword heart was to temper the heart and then fuse it with the sword embryo to form the sword heart. This was equivalent to using sword chi to continuously stab oneself in the heart. Every time he cultivated, his heart would be pierced until it was bloody and covered in wounds. However, he also used the recovery effect of the Kenshin bloodline and the greenwood spiritual body to heal the wounds in his heart. The reason why the sword heart was so powerful and invincible was that ordinary people were unable to cultivate it. Every time Ji Tianqing cultivated a level of the sword heart, it was as if his entire body was being shredded and reassembled. If it were an ordinary martial artist, who would have such heaven-defying willpower and courage? Who would be able to endure such inhumane pain and torture? Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships can one rise above others. If one did not experience such painful tempering, how could one become the god of the sword heart? 2 days and 2 nights passed. Ji Tianqing had no choice but to stop cultivating to prevent irreversible damage to his body. Of course, his self-mutilating cultivation for the past 2 days had also achieved good results. He had already completed the initial stage of tempering his heart, and his heart was far stronger than an ordinary Heaven's Prime cultivator. After he finished cultivating, he continued to meditate for a few hours. When he walked out of the secret chamber, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. At this time, Yen brought a letter and rushed to his room with a face full of joy to report to him. Chapter 805. Senior Brother Tianqing, there's a letter from Tianqin territory. Yen shouted excitedly as soon as he entered the room. He rushed to Ji Tianqing and handed a letter to Ji Tianqing. A letter from Tianqin territory? Ji Tianqing quickly took the letter and saw the seal of the territory chief's manor on it. He frowned. There was some doubt and anticipation in his heart. He quickly opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. There were thousands of words written on the high-quality rice paper. The handwriting was vigorous and powerful. Ji Tianqing was familiar with the handwriting. He recognized it with just a glance. It was a letter written by his father, Ji Changkong. My son, Tianqing, the words are like a face-to-face. I've received the marriage contract you sent back. It's hard to believe that my son is engaged to the beloved daughter of Cloud Spirit Palace. I'm very happy and excited. My son and the eldest daughter of Cloud Spirit Palace are both emperors. Both of you are famous and noble. The two of you are a match made in heaven. A proud daughter like Yun Yao is a good wife for you. The marriage of your son and daughter must be discussed in person by both parents. After I finish writing this letter, I'll immediately head to Zhongzhou and meet you as soon as possible. At that time, we'll go to Cloud Spirit Palace together. Ji Tianqing quickly finished reading the letter and understood his father's meaning. His father strongly approved of his marriage with Yun Yao. He was very excited and gratified. In order to show his sincerity and courtesy, his father would head to Zhongzhou after sending this letter. On the way, he would be escorted by Guard Commander Jiang Chen and more than 20 guards. His father told him not to worry. When his father arrived in Zhongzhou, he would accompany his father to Cloud Spirit Palace with a big gift and discuss the wedding date with Yun Zhongqi and his wife. That's great. Father will come to Zhongzhou soon. After you go to Cloud Spirit Palace and discuss the wedding date with Uncle, Yao Yao and I will be married soon. Ji Tianqing was a little excited and happy, full of expectations. He put away his father's letter and said to Yen, pass down the order. Let the housekeeper arrange the maids and servants to carefully clean the palace. In about 3 or 4 days, my father will come to the central province. Tell them to prepare to welcome him. Great. When uncle comes, senior brother and eldest senior sister's wedding date can be set. Yen also cheered excitedly, revealing an expectant look. After chatting with Ji Tianqing for a while, he turned around and left the room to pass on his orders to the butler. Ji Tianqing also walked out of the room and prepared to go to Yun Yao's palace to tell Yun Yao the news. However, just as he arrived at the gate of Tianqing Palace, he saw Long Yunxiao flying in from afar and landing at the gate. Long Yunxiao's face was solemn, as if there was something important. Coincidentally, the two met at the gate. Ji Tianqing asked the guards to open the gate and welcome Long Yunxiao in. Son of heaven, what a coincidence. I was just about to go out and you came. Ji Tianqing cupped his hands and greeted Long Yunxiao. Long Yunxiao returned his greeting and said with a calm face, then I came at the right time. If I came a little later, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see you. Let's go. I have something to tell you. Let's go in and talk. Ji Tianqing made a please gesture and led him into Tianqing Palace. They walked into the depths of the palace. He guessed that Long Yunxiao wanted to talk business, so he didn't go to the reception hall and went directly to the study. After the two entered the study, Ji Tianqing asked the maids to bring 2 cups of spirit tea. After the maids left, Long Yunxiao said with a solemn face, Tianqing, the situation in Central State is very chaotic now. It has made the emperor quite angry. After the Duanmu family was destroyed, all the heroes took action to snatch the properties and businesses left behind by the Duanmu family. They fought and killed each other for this. Even with Cloud Spirit Palace secretly suppressing and presiding over the overall situation, it can only restrain a small number of forces. It is difficult to control the hundreds of cities in Central State. Moreover, demonic insects are constantly appearing in the hundreds of cities. More and more young talents and experts have been planted with demonic insects by the demons and are killing in the cities. Previously, the lords of the cities were still able to suppress this news. Now that things are getting more and more intense, the news of demonic insects has spread like wildfire in the various cities. The people in the cities are very frightened and uneasy, and all kinds of rumors are constantly spreading. And all the major forces are busy fighting to snatch resources and properties, giving the demons an opportunity. Now, all the major cities are in chaos and there are countless casualties every day. The imperial court wants to maintain the stability of the situation, but it is also powerless. After Ji Tianqing heard him finish, he also frowned and said with a solemn face, "The situation in Central State will be chaotic. This has long been within my expectations. If there are no accidents, the chaos caused by the Duanmu family's destruction will last for at most half a year. But I didn't expect that the demons would actually sneak into the hundreds of cities in Central State and take the opportunity to cause chaos, spreading demonic insects everywhere. They really deserve to die." Pausing, he looked at Long Yunxiao and asked in a deep voice, "Then does the emperor know who destroyed the Duanmu family? How did the emperor react?" Long Yunxiao glanced at him and nodded with a bitter smile. "Previously, you destroyed the Duanmu family's herb garden and caused such a big commotion. Even a fool knows that the destruction of the Duanmu family is definitely related to you and Cloud Spirit Palace. In the Central State, there are only a few forces that can go against the Duanmu family. You and Cloud Spirit Palace are the most suspicious. Also, you guys didn't really do it flawlessly and didn't leave any clues. Not only did the Emperor know that it was you and Cloud Spirit Palace who did it, many top forces also found clues and knew about this matter. After the Emperor knew about this, he was naturally furious and almost ordered for you to be arrested. But I helped you plead for leniency, so the Emperor appeased his anger. You don't have to thank me verbally, just remember it in your heart." Ji Tianqing raised his head and looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Long Yunxiao pretended not to see his reaction and continued, "Also, there is one more thing that I have to remind you to be careful. According to what I know, the mastermind behind the Duanmu family is the third prince of the imperial court. You and Cloud Spirit Palace work together to destroy the Duanmu family. If the imperial court and the top forces can find out, the third prince will naturally be able to find out the results. I found out that the third prince has already confirmed that the murderer is you. He is secretly plotting to deal with you and take revenge for the Duanmu family. Oh. He finally can't help but want to personally get rid of me?" Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and revealed a playful smile. "Son of Heaven, then tell me more about the third prince." Long Yunxiao nodded slightly and said in a serious tone, "The third prince has great power in the imperial court. He is the most ambitious and scheming among all the princes. Not only is he extremely shrewd and astute, but he is also ruthless and despicable. Most importantly, he controls the imperial court's palace guards and several armies. Other than that, there is also a divine general guarding the border who is loyal to him. The Duanmu family is the third prince's right-hand man and has the most powerful power and weapon in his hands. But you destroyed the Duanmu family, which is equivalent to cutting off his arm. With such a huge hatred, with his vengeful personality, he will definitely not let you go. He will definitely wait for an opportunity to take revenge." Ji Tianqing had already learned a lot about the third prince through Yan Er. He even knew that the third prince used the origin of all Gu to control the Duanmu and Murong family. And Long Yunxiao definitely didn't know this secret. As for the divine generals under the imperial court, they were all great experts in the spirit refinement realm. They were marshals with great power and had a high status and great prestige. Chapter 806. After Long Yunxiao's reminder, Ji Tianqing had a deeper understanding of the third prince. Of course, he would be cautious. He looked at Long Yunxiao seriously and asked, "Son of Heaven, how is your relationship with the third prince?" The corners of Long Yunxiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. His tone was indifferent as he said, "He and I are brothers of the same father but different mothers. Although we are related by blood, we are also archenemies. He has always thought highly of himself and is quite conceited. He thinks that he is the most outstanding genius among all the princes. It is said that he has reached the half-step soul refining realm and is trying to break through the shackles of the soul refining realm. He is currently the strongest among all the princes. However, I am confident that I can step into the soul refining realm without waiting for him to reach that age. You have ambition. I believe in you." Ji Tianqing nodded to Long Yunxiao and gave him a thumbs up. He asked. Then the third prince should be 40 years old, right? Long Yunxiao nodded and said, yes, he will be 40 next year. Therefore, he is determined to reach the soul refining realm within a year and become the youngest soul refining realm expert. He always felt that the position of Son of Heaven should be his. It is only because his mother is an ordinary concubine and this prince's mother is the empress that I snatched the position of Son of Heaven from him. He and this prince are like fire and water. If he has the chance to get rid of this prince without leaving any evidence, he will definitely not show mercy. Hearing Long Yunxiao's words, Ji Tianqing understood. The third prince was not only his enemy, but also Long Yunxiao's enemy. It was no wonder that Long Yunxiao would come to tell him personally after investigating. At this moment, the guard outside the study reported respectfully, reporting to Domain Lord, Miss Yunyao has arrived. Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and smiled. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just about to go find her. After saying that, he ordered the guard outside to invite Yunyao in. After a while, Yunyao walked in. Seeing that Ji Tianqing and Long Yunxiao were in the study and seemed to be discussing business, she was startled for a moment and greeted them. Yao Yao, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Ji Tianqing quickly asked her to sit down. Yunyao sat down beside him and asked doubtfully, Tianqing, what can I do for you? Ji Tianqing let out a smile and said, I just received a letter from my father. He'll come to Central Prefecture in about 3 or 4 days. At that time, my father and I will go to Cloud Spirit Palace to discuss our wedding date with uncle. Once they reach an agreement on this matter, we will be able to get married very soon. When Ji Tianqing announced this news, Long Yunxiao was also present and heard it clearly. Ji Tianqing and Yunyao were very happy. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. The two of them even held hands and looked at each other with gentle eyes. They said tender and sweet words, just like a pair of happy lovers. The emperor sat at the side and looked at the two of them being very affectionate in front of him. Suddenly, his expression became a little unnatural and he couldn't sit still. A trace of sourness and jealousy welled up in his heart, but he couldn't show it. He had to maintain the etiquette and demeanor of the emperor. Seeing that Ji Tianqing and Yunyao didn't have any scruples about him, he couldn't sit still anymore. He suppressed the sourness in his heart and stood up. He squeezed out a smile on his handsome face and cupped his hands to Ji Tianqing and Yunyao. Tianqing, Yao Yao, since your wedding date is approaching, this emperor congratulates the two of you first. At that time, on the day of your wedding, this emperor will definitely bring the heavenly consort to congratulate you. Take your time to chat. This emperor still has something to do and will leave first. After that, he didn't wait for Ji Tianqing and Yunyao's reply. He turned around and walked out of the study and left quickly. It wasn't until he was far away from the study that Long Yunxiao finally relaxed. Phew, he let out a long breath. His face was a little pale, and there was a bitter smile on his face. There was some sourness in his heart and a trace of pain, but he could only endure it. After standing in a daze for a moment, he calmed down and quickly left Tianqing Palace. In the study, Ji Tianqing and Yunyao were still sitting together. Ji Tianqing held Yunyao's hand. He thought about it seriously and asked, Yao Yao, I think the 9th day of next month is an auspicious day. Why don't we let my father and Uncle Yun set the wedding date on that day? Yunyao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She was obviously a little shy. So fast. There's only 1 month. There's not enough time to prepare. Ji Tianqing shook his head and said with a smile, is 1 month long? I've already prepared for it. I just want to marry you as soon as possible so that we can live together and have a few cute babies. Yunyao was still able to keep calm. It was just that her earlobes were a little red. Abruptly hearing these words, her fair and peerlessly beautiful face instantly flushed red. She was so embarrassed that water was about to drip from her eyes. Tianqing. Stop talking. How can you talk about such a shameful thing? Yunyao lowered her head in embarrassment. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Ji Tianqing looked at her. The icy goddess who was as cold and aloof as a fairy was actually so shy. He was immediately filled with pride and a sense of accomplishment. After all, he was the only one in the world who was qualified to appreciate Yun Yao's current appearance. He didn't feel shy at all. He said naturally, "Yao Yao, it's nothing for me to say this. It's very pure. You see, when other couples get married, the guests will wish them to have a baby soon. Not only are they not shy, but they are also very happy to receive the blessings. By the way, Yao Yao, do you like a boy or a girl? If we have a daughter, she must be as beautiful as you. She's as beautiful as a fairy and stands aloof from the world. She must be as beautiful as a fairy who has descended to the mortal world." Yin Yao's cheeks were red from his words. Her earlobes were boiling hot. She buried her head in the towering mountains in front of her chest. She was so shy that her breathing became a little rapid. She quickly grabbed Ji Tianqing's arm with both hands and whispered, "Tianqing, stop talking." Ji Tianqing saw that she was so shy that she couldn't raise her head. He immediately laughed and stopped teasing her. Seeing her shy but even more beautiful appearance, he felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. He reached out and took Yunyao into his arms. Yunyao only resisted twice before she was held in his arms. She lowered her head and leaned against his chest. Taking advantage of Yunyao's guilty conscience, he gently reached out his hands, put them around her neck, held her head, and lowered his head to kiss her thin lips. Yunyao's body suddenly stiffened. She woke up from her shyness and widened her clear eyes. She happened to meet Ji Tianqing's burning and affectionate eyes. Her whole heart melted at once. She was immersed in Ji Tianqing's gentle kisses and even forgot to resist. Chapter 807. After a long time, Ji Tianqing finally let go of Yunyao and ended their intimate moment. The two of them gradually calmed down and began to discuss business. Ji Tianqing asked Yunyao why she came to Tianqing Palace. Yunyao then told him that the situation in Zhongzhou was very chaotic and it was difficult for Cloud Soul Palace to control it in secret. Yun Zhongqi asked her to tell Ji Tianqing to be careful in the near future. After hearing Yunyao's words, Ji Tianqing nodded and said, "Yao Yao, the emperor has already told me what you said. Moreover, not only is the situation in Zhongzhou chaotic, but the demon race is also taking advantage of the situation and the third prince of the imperial court." Then, Ji Tianqing told Yunyao what Long Yunchao said. After hearing this, Yunyao immediately frowned and revealed a serious expression. Her eyes were filled with worry. "Tianqing, you have to be careful in the near future. Don't leave the emperor's residence so easily. The situation is very chaotic now. The demon race, the remaining members of the Duanmu family, and the third prince all want to kill you. It wasn't easy for us to go through so many hardships to get to where we are today. You've already experienced too many life and death situations. We're going to get married soon. I don't want you to be in danger again." The wedding date was about to be decided and the two of them were not far from getting married. However, because of this, Yunyao's emotions became more and more uneasy. Her heart was filled with worry. Even though she didn't say it, she loved Ji Tianqing deeply and treated Ji Tianqing as important as her own life. The Duanmu family was finally eliminated and Cloud Soul Palace was finally at peace. Her parents finally accepted Ji Tianqing and agreed to their marriage. The two of them went through so many hardships and were finally going to be together and live a life like an immortal couple. However, the demons, the remnants of the Duanmu family, and the third prince of the imperial court wanted to kill Ji Tianqing and her fiancé. Yunyao had a vague premonition that the destruction of the Duanmu family was not the end, but the beginning of a bigger storm. What awaited her and Ji Tianqing was not a peaceful and happy life, but an even greater challenge and danger. A strong sense of danger, as if death was approaching, filled her heart with worry and depression. Even her joy of marrying Ji Tianqing had been diluted by the deep worry in her heart. If a person had nothing, they would have no desires and their will would be firm. After all, there was nothing to lose. But if a person had great happiness, they would be even more afraid and worried. They were afraid of losing the happiness they had, afraid of losing everything. Ji Tianqing understood this, so he also understood Yun Yao's worries. She cherished the love between the two of them too much, so she was worried about gains and losses. She was afraid that she would lose him or that he would be hurt. Thinking of this, Ji Tianqing held Yun Yao's hand tightly and looked at her firmly. He said in a firm tone, "Yao Yao, I know you are worried about me and afraid that I will be retaliated against. Don't worry, I will definitely protect myself and will never leave you. After all, I haven't married you yet and we haven't had a baby yet." Yun Yao was immediately amused by his words and felt a little embarrassed. However, she endured the embarrassment in her heart and nodded. "Tianqing, I believe you. You have to remember this promise. No matter what, I don't want to lose you. No matter where you go, I will accompany you, even if it is the underworld." Ji Tianqing nodded and did not say anything else. He just hugged Yun Yao tightly in his arms. However, he was thinking silently in his heart, if there is no love, there will be no desire. If there is deep love, there will be deep love. Before every girl gets married, they will probably be worried about gains and losses and feel insecure, right? Now that I am weak, I am really too weak in front of the ancient demon emperor and the third prince. I can only increase my strength. When I am strong enough, I will be able to solve all these problems and give Yao Yao peace of mind and stability so that she will no longer worry about me. One day, I will also become a peerless powerhouse like Kenshin and look down on all the strong enemies in the world. I will even be able to kill the ancient demon emperor that was born from the ancient demon seed. Thinking of this, Ji Tianqing's desire for strength became even more urgent. Unknowingly, 4 days passed very quickly. In these 4 days, Ji Tianqing had been cultivating in seclusion in the secret chamber. He was cultivating the 9th level of the sword heart technique, heart tempering. No matter how painful the process was, he gritted his teeth and persevered with great willpower. He only wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible so that he would have enough strength to resist the third prince's revenge and the ancient demon emperor's invasion. On the night of the 4th day, he finally ended his cultivation and began to regulate his breathing. After a night of rest, the side effects and scars from the heart tempering had all disappeared. When the sky outside was slightly brighter, he was in high spirits again. Early in the morning, he changed into a clean white robe. After tidying up, he left the monarch mansion with Yan Er. Today was the 5th day. Ji Tianqing estimated that his father would arrive in Zhongzhou city by noon today at the latest. After leaving the monarch mansion with Yan Er, he went straight to the south gate of Zhongzhou city to welcome his father's arrival. After all, if he did not come out of the monarch mansion to welcome his father, Jiang Chen, and the guards would not be able to enter the monarch mansion. When he arrived at the south gate, the sun was rising. Ji Tianqing and Yan Er went out of the city gate and stood on the wide road outside the city. They quietly looked to the south and waited. As time passed, more and more people entered and exited the city gate. There was an endless stream of people. In half a day, there were more than 20 groups of people who came from the south to Zhongzhou city. However, Ji Tianqing and Yan Er waited until noon, but they did not see his father, Jiang Chen, and the others. The joy and anticipation in his heart gradually faded. He frowned and muttered with some worry and doubt, "It shouldn't be. It's already been 5 days. Father will definitely arrive today." Yan Er saw that he was worried and hurriedly comforted, "Senior brother Tianqing, don't worry. Maybe uncle and the others were delayed by something. Let's wait patiently." Ji Tianqing nodded and continued to wait patiently. Soon, the afternoon passed and the sun was about to set. Until now, Ji Tianqing did not see Ji Changkong, Jiang Chen, and the others. The worry in his heart grew more and more, and he vaguely had a bad premonition. At this moment, he raised his eyes and looked to the south. On the wide and flat grassland, he saw a dark red figure galloping quickly. Although they were separated by 10 miles, his eyesight was extremely strong. He immediately saw that it was a martial artist wearing armor. He was currently riding a spirit beast and was madly galloping. That martial artist seemed to have suffered a severe injury. Lying on the back of his spirit beast mount, his entire body was stained with blood as he galloped towards the south city gate. After a while, the spirit beast rushed out of the city gate as fast as the wind. It was only 100 feet away from Ji Tianqing. Only then did he see clearly that the martial artist lying on the back of the spirit beast was seriously injured and covered in blood. This person was Jiang Chen, the guard commander of the domain chief's mansion. "Father, something happened." Chapter 808. Ji Tianqing recognized that the man on the back of the spirit beast was Jiang Chen. His expression immediately changed. He immediately realized that something must have happened to his father. His heart was in his mouth. After all, his father was escorted by Jiang Chen and the guards to Zhongzhou City. Swoosh! He dashed forward almost without hesitation. He waved his palm and released a soft 5-colored spiritual light to stop the spirit beast that was running wildly. Jiang Chen, who was lying on the back of the spirit beast, was wearing the armor of the domain lord's mansion's guard commander. His helmet was nowhere to be seen. His long hair was stained with blood and hung loosely behind his head. His armor was somewhat tattered. More than a dozen cracks could be seen on it. The wounds inside were so deep that his bones could be seen. Dark red blood gushed out from the wounds and dyed his armor red. He was covered in blood. Even the spirit beast that he was riding was dark green. Large patches of it were stained with blood. Jiang Chen's injuries were extremely miserable. He was on the verge of death. When the spirit beast was stopped, he struggled to lift his head and opened his eyes that were covered in blood, then he looked at Ji Tianqing in a daze. When he saw Ji Tianqing's appearance clearly, he was immediately stunned. He quickly said, "Domain. Domain Lord." As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, dark red blood kept gushing out from the corner of his mouth. He could not speak clearly and his voice was unclear. Ji Tianqing was full of anxiety and worry. He quickly asked in a deep voice, "Jiang Chen. What happened? Why are you injured? Where's my father?" "My lord." Jiang Chen tried his best to open his mouth and report the news. However, his injuries were too serious. His body swayed a few times. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. His eyes turned black and he fainted. Seeing that he was about to fall from the spirit beast's back, Ji Tianqing quickly reached out and caught him. Yan rushed over and asked anxiously, "Senior brother Tianqing, how did this happen? What the hell is going on?" Ji Tianqing's face was as gloomy as ice, but his heart was as anxious as fire. He hurriedly channeled his greenwood spirit qi into Jiang Chen's body to help him suppress the injury. However, Jiang Chen's injuries were too severe, and it was difficult to suppress them in a short period of time. No one knew when he would wake up. "Come on, let's hurry back to Cool Breeze Courtyard," Ji Tianqing shouted in a low and sonorous voice. He hurriedly carried the unconscious Jiang Chen and passed through the city gates like lightning, rushing towards the Cool Breeze Courtyard. In less than an hour, he rushed back to Cool Breeze Courtyard at his fastest speed. When the guards at the gate of Cool Breeze Courtyard saw him rushing over with a martial artist covered in blood, they immediately drew their swords to stop him. "I'm Ji Tianqing. Get out of my way." In order to save time, Ji Tianqing quickly reported his identity and shouted angrily. The guards recognized him and hurriedly retreated to the side. Shua! Ji Tianqing turned into a stream of light, passing through the gate and rushing into Cool Breeze courtyard. He didn't have time to greet the Beast King. After entering Cool Breeze courtyard, he took Jiang Chen into a secret room for healing. He placed Jiang Chen on the frost jade bed used for healing, activated the formation in the secret room, and gave Jiang Chen a few healing pills. Not long after, the Beast King rushed over after hearing the news and entered the secret room. The Beast King had participated in the great battle on the night of the destruction of the Duanmu family and had suffered heavy injuries. Now that he had recuperated for close to 10 days, his injuries had basically recovered and there were no major problems. After entering the secret room, the Beast King asked Ji Tianqing what had happened with concern. Ji Tianqing explained with a grave expression, "My father was supposed to arrive in Zhongzhou City today. Jiang Chen was the commander of the guards escorting my father to Zhongzhou City. Yan and I waited at the city gates for a day, but my father didn't arrive. Only Jiang Chen was carried back by a spirit beast covered in blood." The Beast King immediately understood the urgency of the matter and hurriedly joined hands with him to perform a secret art to heal Jiang Chen's injuries. Both of them were Sky Origin Realm experts, and Ji Tianqing had mastered the secret art of healing, Wood Emperor's Umbrella. With the Beast King's help, he performed the ultimate skill of the Wood Emperor's Umbrella and suppressed Jiang Chen's injuries within 2 hours. Jiang Chen's life was saved, and his injuries were finally stabilized. His life was no longer in danger. However, he was still unconscious. Ji Tianqing, the Beast King, and Yan could only wait patiently. At this moment, the flow of time seemed to have slowed down. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was a Sky Origin Realm expert, and his self-healing ability was strong. After being unconscious for 2 hours, he finally woke up. Ji Tianqing had been guarding him by his side. Seeing that he had woken up, he hurriedly said, "Jiang Chen, you're finally awake." Jiang Chen weakly opened his eyes and stared at Ji Tianqing. His voice was weak and dry as he said, "Domain Lord, I'm sorry, I didn't do my job well." Ji Tianqing was full of anxiety. He asked with a dignified voice, "Speak quickly, what happened?" Jiang Chen didn't dare to delay and hurriedly answered truthfully, "My lord, I and 24 guards escorted the master from the Tianjin region. We traveled day and night without stopping. At noon today, not long after we left Yunyu City, we were only 2,000 miles away from Zhongzhou City. I didn't expect that we would be ambushed on the way." Hearing this, Ji Tianqing's expression changed. He secretly said in his heart, "As expected." When the Beast King and Yan heard this, their hearts immediately jumped to their throats. Jiang Chen panted twice and continued, "There were only 8 people who attacked us, but they were abnormally strong and their methods were very vicious. 3 of them had reached the Sky Origin realm. They were all dressed in black and wore masks to hide their identities and didn't show their true faces. I and the guards fought with all our might to protect the master and break out of the encirclement. However, the black-clothed people were too strong. They killed all the guards and captured the old master after injuring him. I fought a bloody battle and wanted to protect the master with my life, but I was severely injured by them. They only left me alive and let me go. They also asked me to bring you a message." When Ji Tianqing heard that the other party was so cruel and vicious, his face immediately turned cold with anger. Especially when he heard that his father was captured, his eyes flashed with killing intent. However, he suppressed his anger and killing intent and hurriedly asked, "What message did they ask you to bring?" Jiang Chen hurriedly answered, "The leader of the black-clothed people said that they won't kill the master for the time being. If you want to save the master, go to the peaceful mountain in the northern suburbs of Yunyu City alone. If you dare to bring others there, or if you don't reach the peaceful mountain by noon tomorrow, you can only collect the master's corpse." Ji Tianqing immediately frowned. His eyes surged with cold killing intent and he cursed, "Bastard." Although he was incomparably worried about his father's safety and his heart was filled with rage, he couldn't wait to rush to the peaceful mountain and tear the black-clothed people into pieces. However, he wasn't impulsive. He was very clear that the other party had come prepared and deliberately captured his father to threaten him. This was obviously a specially designed scheme. Chapter 809. The secret room was silent and the atmosphere was heavy and stifling. Ji Tianqing frowned and thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out anything. He couldn't guess the identity of the black-clothed men at all. Jiang Chen, did the black-clothed men have any obvious characteristics? Were they humans or foreign races? Did they mention any factions when they asked you to pass on the message? Jiang Chen thought carefully before replying, "Sir, the black-clothed men should be humans, but their accents were a bit awkward. Apart from that, they didn't reveal any information about their identities, nor did they mention any factions." Ji Tianqing frowned and muttered to himself, "If it's a human faction, then it's most likely related to the Duanmu family to plot against me like this. But the black-clothed men's accents were awkward, could they be demons pretending to be humans? That's also possible." He then asked Jiang Chen a few more questions, and Jiang Chen answered them all carefully and seriously. But even so, Ji Tianqing still couldn't determine the identity of the black-clothed men. Forget it, no matter what, saving people is more important. Ji Tianqing was anxious and worried, so he didn't think too much and decided to go to Peaceful Mountain first to save people. He gave Jiang Chen a few words of advice and told him to rest in the Qingfeng courtyard and recover. He didn't waste any more time and immediately walked out of the secret room, about to leave the Qingfeng courtyard. The Beast King and Yan hurriedly followed, their faces full of anxiety and worry as they tried to dissuade him. "Tianqing, don't be rash. This is obviously the other side's scheme. Senior brother Tianqing, if you hurry to Peaceful Mountain now, the other side will have set up an ambush and trap long ago." Ji Tianqing stopped in his tracks and said to the two with a serious expression, "Senior Beast King, Yan, I know you're worried for me. How could I not know that this is the other side's scheme? But my father is in their hands. Even if they've set up traps and ambushes, I still have to go save him." The Beast King and Yan both understood this and knew that they couldn't stop Ji Tianqing. Thus, the Beast King solemnly said, "Tianqing, since you've already made up your mind, this old man won't try to persuade you anymore. However, this old man wants to go with you so that you can have a helper." Ji Tianqing shook his head and rejected, "Senior Beast King, I appreciate your good intentions, but the other party specifically asked me to go to Ning Mountain alone. We are in the open while the other party is in the dark. I can't take this risk and put my father in a desperate situation. Senior Beast King, I'm sorry." After saying this, he cupped his hands towards the Beast King and left the Cool Breeze courtyard as fast as lightning. The Beast King and Yan stood in the courtyard and watched him fly into the sky. His figure quickly disappeared into the horizon. Sigh. "I hope everything goes well." The Beast King sighed helplessly. Yan also showed a look of deep worry, silently praying for Ji Tianqing in her heart. After a long while, the two of them turned around and returned to the secret room to treat Jiang Chen's injuries. On the other side, Ji Tianqing flew out of Central Continent City as fast as lightning, rushing towards Unu City with his fastest speed. Unu City was located in the south of Central Continent City, about 1,000 miles away. With Ji Tianqing's speed, he could reach Unu City in 4 hours at most. It was already late at night. As Ji Tianqing hurried along, he silently estimated that he should be able to reach Ning Mountain at dawn tomorrow. Unu City was a main city with a radius of more than 100 miles. This majestic and ancient city had a history of more than 1,000 years. Nearly 1 million cultivators and common people lived in the city. Although many changes had happened in the central continent in the past 1,000 years and experienced countless storms. But this ancient city had always stood tall in the mountains to the south of Central Continent City. The city was surrounded by lofty mountains and steep ridges, the terrain was steep and dangerous. There were many birds and beasts in the mountain range, and the spirit of heaven and earth was abundant. It was not only a paradise for all kinds of monsters, but also a place of adventure for many cultivators. About 200 miles to the north of Unu City, there was a mountain more than 3,000 meters high called a Ning Mountain. Not only was this a Ning Mountain the tallest mountain within a radius of 100 miles, its appearance was extremely unique. Looking at it from afar, this mountain was like a person's palms clasped together, bowing to the heavens and praying for the world to be peaceful and the common people to be peaceful. This was how the name Ning Mountain came about. However, this mountain that symbolized beauty was destined not to be peaceful today, and even had a bloody calamity. At the peak of Ning Mountain, a cave was cut open by someone on the rock wall. The cave entrance was protected by the energy of a mysterious formation, and light couldn't penetrate it. The cave entrance was pitch black, and it was faintly suffused with strands of black mist. The passageway within the cave meandered towards the belly of the mountain, and it connected to a vast cave. The ceiling and walls of the cave were inlaid with moonstones, emitting a gentle brilliance that brought a trace of hazy light to the cave. At this moment, there were over 20 martial artists occupying the cave. There were 18 martial artists wearing black clothes and veils, and they carried heavy broadswords and sabers on their backs, guarding the cave's surroundings and the entrance. Their figures were tall and sturdy, and their entire bodies emitted a fierce killing intent. All of them had a strength at the 7th or 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Obviously, these 18 martial artists in black were all elite experts. Among them, there were 3 leaders whose strengths had reached the 5th or 6th level of the Heavenly Origin stage, and they were all experts with profound strength. However, these 3 people stood respectfully in the middle of the cave, as if they were waiting for orders, and they didn't have the slightest attitude of an expert. This was because there were 2 thrones carved from huge rocks at the innermost side of the cave, and there were 2 experts who were tall and sturdy like an iron tower and strong like a brown bear sitting on them. These 2 experts were over 3 meters tall, and their bodies were terrifyingly majestic. Their entire bodies were covered with dense dark purple hair, and their muscles were knotted together. They looked ferocious and ferocious. Obviously, they were from the Devil Clan. The expert from the Devil Clan who sat on the throne on the left had extraordinarily long arms, and his appearance was like a huge ape. He had a pair of bell-sized eyes, and his pupils were dark red, as if they were burning with raging blood flames. He was bare-chested, and a dark apron made of flood dragon skin was wrapped around his waist. His wide feet weren't wearing shoes either. He only had a wide scarlet cloak draped over his shoulders, revealing his dense hair and rock-like muscles on his chest, showing his unparalleled strength and dominance. Most importantly, this person's strength had surpassed the Heavenly Origin stage, and his entire body emitted the unique soul fluctuation of a soul-tempering stage powerhouse. Without a doubt, this was a soul-tempering stage Devil Clan expert. The expert from the Devil Clan who sat on the throne on the right was as sturdy as a brown bear. His entire body was covered with long dark red hair, and he even had a bloody mouth full of fangs. This person wore a wide purple robe, and on his dark purple neck hung a white bone necklace that was as thick as an arm. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the white beads on the necklace were actually made from the skulls of human experts. Each bead was only the size of a fist, and it was obvious that they were skulls that were shrunk many times. Chapter 8:10. This demon with the skull necklace had also reached the spirit refinement realm. He sat on the throne like a tiger crouching or a dragon coiled up. His dark purple eyes flashed with a cold light. His body emitted an invisible pressure, causing the temperature in the cave to drop. The dozen or so black-clothed guards were so anxious that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even the soul refinement realm expert with the scarlet cloak beside him showed a hint of respect towards him. Obviously, this demon with purple hair and purple robes was the strongest in the cave, the leader of the group. At this moment, the purple-robed demon was playing with a fist-sized crystal ball in his wide palm. Inside the translucent crystal ball, there was actually a 2-inch tall little person. The pocket-sized person was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. This person wore a sapphire blue robe and a square crown on his head. His face was resolute, and his whole body exuded the dignity and nobility of a superior. Unfortunately, he was injured. There were at least a dozen wounds on his body, so deep that his bones could be seen. The flesh around the wounds rolled up, vaguely showing a black aura. Black and red blood flowed out continuously, dyeing his blue robe dark red. His breathing was weak, and his face was pale. Sealed in the crystal ball, he couldn't struggle or escape. If Ji Tianxing was here, he would recognize this heavily injured middle-aged man as his father, Ji Changkong. The purple-robed demon seemed to be casually playing with the crystal ball. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the entrance of the cave, as if he was patiently waiting for something. The cave was silent. The many Heavenly Origin Realm and Origin Core Realm black-clothed martial artists didn't dare to make a sound. Only the red-haired demon race powerhouse in a scarlet cloak seemed to be getting impatient from waiting. He grinned and said with a resentful tone, "My clan has been resting for 1,000 years. We've been hiding in the northern desert for 1,000 years, and we're used to living a peaceful life. Marshal Zhuo, look at these demon kings. They're all good-for-nothings. They can't even handle such a small matter. To deal with a Heaven Origin stage human brat, the two of us have to come here. These demon kings are a bunch of trash." The red-haired man cursed. The 3 Sky Origin stage demon kings in black didn't even dare to fart. They lowered their heads in fear. The purple-robed powerhouse called Marshal Zhuo put away the crystal ball without batting an eyelid. He glanced at the red-haired expert and said indifferently, "Old Six, you can't say that. Even though His Majesty the Devil Emperor has not been in the northern desert for the past 1,000 years, our warriors are still brave and courageous. They are not greedy for pleasure, and they are not useless. That human brat is not simple. I can't let my guard down. According to the Nephilim King, that brat should be a descendant of the Kenshin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to injure the Nephilim King. Not only does that kid have the bloodline of Kenshin, but he also seems to have the help of the soul of the divine sword. Although he was only at the Sky Origin realm, he was not someone ordinary devil kings could deal with. His Majesty the Nephilim King specifically told Banshui that no matter what, he must bring back the Kenshin bloodline unharmed. This mission is very important. You and I can't let our guard down." The red-haired expert called Old Six didn't take Marshal Zhuo's words to heart. He sneered disapprovingly, "Marshal Zhuo, even if that brat is a descendant of the Kenshin, he is only at the Sky Origin realm. How strong can he be? You and I are both famous devil marshals. We are in charge of millions of devil armies for His Majesty the Nephilim King. We have guarded the northern desert for hundreds of years. What kind of situation have we not seen? Now that we have captured that brat's father, he can only obediently follow us. When that brat comes, Marshal Zhuo, you don't have to do anything. Just watch me kill him in 3 moves and take his Kenshin bloodline." Marshal Zhuo and Old Six were both devil marshals under the Nephilim King. They were in charge of millions of devil armies. They were also in the spirit refining realm. Marshal Zhuo was the leader of the two. He was ranked 5th among the 6 devil marshals. He was in the 3rd layer of spirit refining realm. Old Six was the weakest of the 6 devil marshals. He was in the 1st layer of spirit refining realm. Old Six's name was Tu Ren. He was promoted to devil marshal 60 years ago. He was the weakest of the 6 devil marshals. Before he became a devil marshal, he was the devil king of a large tribe. He was bloodthirsty, cruel, and bloodthirsty. He was nicknamed the Blood Hand Butcher. According to Tu Ren, his greatest hobby was to slaughter humans. Therefore, he changed his name to Tu Ren. He had long forgotten his real name. His hands were stained with blood. He had killed countless humans. If there weren't 100,000, there were at least 80,000. The purple-robed expert Marshal Zhuo knew Old Six's temperament very well. He knew that this person had always been arrogant and vicious. If they were in the northern desert, he wouldn't care about Tu Ren. He would just let him brag as he pleased. But now that the two of them were carrying a heavy responsibility, the Nephilim king ordered them to come to the central state to carry out the plan. Marshal Zhuo had to be careful. He frowned and said to Tu Ren in a serious tone, Old Six II, this is the central state continent. It is close to the sacred land of martial arts, the central state city. The experts of the human and demon races are all gathered in this area. The most mysterious and powerful monarch mansion is also in the central state city. We are alone in the central state. It is already very dangerous. If we are not careful, we will be surrounded by the experts of various races. We must be careful. Tu Ren saw that Marshal Zhuo's tone was serious. He stopped muttering and listened quietly. Marshal Zhuo continued, also, our mission in the central state this time is very heavy. Not only do we have to deal with that kid and seize the Kenshin bloodline, we also have to spread the demonic goo. The demonic goo plan had just started to take off. But it was disrupted by the princes of the monarch mansion. Now, all the lords of the cities are investigating the demonic goo. Even the monarch mansion has started to investigate. When Benshui finds the chance, he must kill those princes who meddle in other people's business. After listening to him, Tu Ren nodded and said, okay, I know. Marshal Zhuo, don't worry. When that kid comes, I will twist his head off and seize his Kenshin bloodline. After we deal with him, we can carry out the demonic goo plan without worry. Just as Tu Ren's voice fell, a devil general dressed in black rushed into the cave with quick steps. The demon general in black walked in front of Marshal Zhuo and Tu Ren. He knelt down respectfully and reporting to the two demon marshals, Ji Tianqing has arrived. He is rushing to the mountain peak. Hearing this news, Marshal Zhuo and Tu Ren looked at each other and sneered. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Tu Ren was the first to stand up. He sneered with anticipation, hee, that kid is finally here. Benshui wants to see how capable this so-called Kenshin descendant is. Can he take a hit from Benshui? Marshal Zhuo did not say anything more. He sat on the throne and waved his hand, Old Six, go meet him personally. It's best if you can kill him on the spot. No problem, leave it to me. Tu Ren could not wait any longer. He twisted his neck and revealed a sinister smile. He led the black-clothed warriors out of the cave. Chapter 8:11. At this time, the sky was slightly bright, and dawn had just arrived. When Ji Tianqing arrived at Tranquility Mountain, this towering mountain was still shrouded in the morning fog. The mountain was covered with a lush forest, the ground was covered with green grass and vines, and there was sparkling morning dew on the branches and leaves of the flowers and plants. He hurriedly flew over, but when he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he quickly calmed down. As he rushed to the peak of the mountain, he vigilantly sized up the surroundings and silently released his spiritual sense to investigate the situation in the surroundings. The other party only asked him to arrive at Tranquility Mountain before noon, but did not say where to meet. However, according to experience, the other party would usually be at the peak of the mountain. Ji Tianqing's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, heading straight to the peak of the mountain and passing through the dense forest as fast as lightning. Along the way, he did not notice anything unusual, nor did he see any clues. After a short 7 minutes, he flew to the peak of the mountain. Swoosh! He finally reached the peak of the mountain, and his figure flashed to a flat and empty grassland before landing. Suddenly, his spiritual sense detected that the peak of the mountain seemed to be filled with a trace of cold devil chi. He immediately stopped and frowned, and at the same time, he released his spiritual sense to investigate the surroundings. There's actually the aura of the devil clan. Could it be that the group of black-clothed men who intercepted Father were really devils in disguise? He had already dealt with the Devil Clan many times, so he was very familiar and sensitive to the aura of the Devil Clan. After detecting the existence of the Devil Chi, he immediately realized that the people who intercepted his father this time were most likely devils. Damnable devils, they're really too arrogant. All of them deserve to die. He was extremely furious in his heart, and he shouted with a murderous aura. At this moment, above the dense forest in front, 4 figures suddenly flew out. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 4 figures flew over the forest and landed on the empty grassland. Ji Tianqing focused his eyes and saw that the leader of the 4 powerhouses was a Devil Clan powerhouse who was 3 meters tall, had a head full of red hair, and wore a scarlet cloak. This person was the Devil Commander Tu Ren, and behind him were 3 other Sky Origin stage powerhouses who were all wearing black clothes and masks, looking no different from humans. Subsequently, another 12 black-clothed men flew out of the dense forest, and all of them had the strength of the 7th or 8th level of the Origin Core stage. The 12 elite powerhouses came to the grassland, and they all held their weapons and spread out, forming a circle and surrounded Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing's gaze swept across the black-clothed men, and he immediately understood that these black-clothed men who intercepted his father's murderer, and were devils in disguise as devils in disguise. At this moment, the demon commander Tu Ren, who was the leader, sized up Ji Tianqing with a cold gaze and sneered mockingly. He. You're Ji Tianqing. What bullshit sword god successor? Ji Tianqing's face was as cold as ice. He looked at him indifferently and said disdainfully, "You ugly and disgusting red-haired monster, what are you?" The Devil Commander Tu Ren was not angry. Instead, the sneer on his face deepened, and his eyes were filled with pity. Swoosh! Shui heard a rumor in the Central State praising you as the #1 genius of the human race. I didn't expect the so-called #1 genius of the human race to be like this. Shui is thoroughly disappointed. Brat, perk up your ears and listen carefully. This marshal is one of the 6 great demon marshals under the Devil Emperor, the world-famous Bloody Hand Butcher, a demon marshal who butchers people. Devil Commander. Butcher. Ji Tianqing frowned, and his eyes became even more solemn and gloomy. When he saw Devil Commander Tu Ren, he already sensed that Tu Ren's strength had reached the soul-tempering stage. However, he did not expect this devil powerhouse who wore a scarlet cloak and a dragon skin skirt to be one of the 6 great devil commanders. God Master Heiyu had told him something in the Black Feather Palace. During the 1,000 years when the Devil Emperor was suppressed, the reason why the devil race was able to hide in the northern desert and stubbornly defend themselves was because of the support of the 6 great devil commanders. The 6 great devil commanders were all soul-tempering stage powerhouses. They were the marshals in charge of millions of devil armies. They were very powerful and ruthless. Recalling God Master Heiyu's words, Ji Tianqing looked at Tu Ren with disdain. I thought the devil commanders were some amazing powerhouses. I didn't expect them to be trash like you. Tu Ren, I guess you must be the weakest of the 6 great devil commanders to make up the numbers. Ji Tianqing's words mercilessly poked at Tu Ren's sore spot, causing his expression to change drastically. His eyes burned with rage. Because he guessed right. Tu Ren was just a weakling. One of the 6 great devil commanders had operated in the northern desert for hundreds of years, and controlled an incomparably large force. That devil commander did not see the return of the Devil Emperor, so he became disloyal. He gave himself the title of Devil Emperor and set up his own sect. With one of the 6 great devil commanders missing and a new Devil Emperor setting up his own sect, the hearts of the devil race in the northern desert were scattered, and the situation was chaotic. Coincidentally, Tu Ren had advanced to the soul-tempering stage. After many battles and competitions, he finally became the new devil commander, ranked last. Little bastard, you're courting death. Tu Ren roared with rage. His whole body burned with blood-red flames, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Seeing his reaction, Ji Tianqing was even more certain of his guess. The sneer on his face deepened. He stared coldly at Tu Ren, and shouted angrily, "Where's my father? Hand him over." Tu Ren temporarily suppressed his anger, and grinned cruelly, "Little bastard, you want to save your father? Easy, use your life to exchange for it." As he spoke, he waved his hand and ordered the 15 black-clothed men, "Kill him." The 15 black-clothed martial artists immediately waved their swords and sabers, using violent killing moves. They surrounded Ji Tianqing from all directions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Shadows of swords and sabers blotted out the sky. The surging black fog and blood light instantly covered the sky within 1,000 meters, and the grassland was covered in darkness. The 15 black-clothed men used the devil race's secret arts with all their might. Since Ji Tianqing had already arrived at Mount Tranquility, they no longer needed to hide their identities. They only needed to carry out their orders. "You're all demon bastards. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood." Ji Tianqing's killing intent surged. He shouted coldly, and immediately waved his palms to display his sword skills, fighting with the black-clothed men. The 24 guards of the Heavenly Stellar Domain Chief's mansion were killed by these black-clothed men. Jiang Chen was also severely injured by them. Ji Tianqing was filled with rage. He used his secret sword skills with all his might. Shatter the mountains and rivers. His whole body emitted a 5-colored light that soared to the sky, covering 1,000 meters in radius. His figure became blurry, and flickered randomly within 1,000 meters, leaving hundreds of afterimages. The black-clothed men could not touch him at all. Moreover, he waved his palms and released tens of thousands of 5-colored sword lights, sealing off the entire area. Chapter 8:12. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, tens of thousands of sword lights exploded at the same time. At that moment, the explosion shook the universe, and a dazzling 5-colored spiritual light covered the entire mountain peak. The area within a few thousand meters was turned into ruins by the violent and fierce sword chi, and a deep pit was formed on the ground. The entire Tranquility Mountain shook violently, and more than 10 wide gullies were formed on the mountain. The mountain peak was a mess, and it took a long time for the dust that covered the sky to dissipate. Ji Tianqing performed this sword technique with all his strength, and instantly, 12 of the 15 black-clothed men disappeared. Those 12 Yuan Dan stage elites, under the bombardment of tens of thousands of sword lights, were directly turned into ashes, and not even a complete corpse was left. Only the 3 Sky Origin Stage Level 5 and 6 Demon Kings were lucky enough to block most of the sword chi and survived. However, they were also heavily injured, and their black robes had long been torn into rags. Their bodies were covered in blood, and crisscrossed wounds. In their heavily injured state, they could no longer maintain their human forms, and immediately reverted to their original forms, which were 3 ferocious demonic beasts that were 10 meters tall. Ji Tianqing stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent as he stood in the sky, not a speck of dust on his body. 3,000 meters in front of him, Demon General Tu Ren was also standing in the sky, staring at him with his eyes wide open. Just now, after Tu Ren ordered the Demon Kings and Demon Generals under his command to attack, he leisurely flew into the sky, ready to watch the battle. Although he was arrogant and didn't put Ji Tianqing in his eyes, he wasn't reckless or impulsive. He did not know Ji Tianqing well, so he let the Demon Kings and Demon Generals attack Ji Tianqing first. While Ji Tianqing was fighting with the Demon Kings, he could also observe Ji Tianqing's weaknesses and flaws, and gain a deeper understanding of him. The most important reason was that as a Demon General with a high status, why would he need to personally deal with a Sky Origin Stage human brat? However, he had never expected that Ji Tianqing would be able to instantly kill 12 Devil Generals and severely injure 3 Devil Kings after exchanging just one move with the Devil Kings and Devil Generals. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Was Ji Tianqing really only at Sky Origin Stage Level 7? If he did not see it with his own eyes, Tu Ren would not dare to believe this result. After the great shock, his eyes and expression became gloomy, and he stopped looking down on Jian Wushuang. Little bastard, you really surprised Benshuai. No wonder so many demon kings came to Middle State to deal with you, and none of them succeeded. Tu Ren glared at Ji Tianqing with blood-red flames burning in his eyes. His murderous aura soared to the sky. Ji Tianqing looked at him expressionlessly, and said in a cold voice, Tu Ren, let me give you a piece of advice. Hand over my father obediently, and I'll forget about what happened today. Otherwise, you and your dog slaves will all be buried here. Hearing his imposing and domineering words, Tu Ren was so angry that he laughed. Ha ha ha. What an arrogant little bastard. You really don't know what's good for you. Benshuai has been in the northern desert for hundreds of years. He is in charge of millions of demon army. He has killed countless human insects. Since you are so eager to die, Benshuai will fulfill your wish. Tu Ren bellowed furiously. He immediately waved both of his palms and unleashed an earth-shattering blood-red light towards Ji Tianqing. Blood slaughter purgatory. The dark red blood light covered the sky and covered a radius of 10 miles. Suddenly, the sky and earth became a blood purgatory, sealed by the boundless blood light. Only blood was left between the sky and earth. The endless blood water was rolling and surging, creating huge waves. The shocking waves of blood carried a violent power and a strange corrosive power. They kept rushing towards Ji Tianqing, trying to drown him in the blood sea. There was also a formless soul power that kept eroding his soul. His mind was blurred, and his consciousness was in chaos. Thousands of images appeared in his mind. There was a tidal wave of demon army, breaking into human cities, massacring human villages, and brutally killing hundreds of thousands of human civilians. Ji Tianqing knew very well that this blood slaughter purgatory was a domain formed by Tu Ren's soul secret technique. The mark of a soul refinement expert was to be able to use a domain. They could use their own magic power to seal an area and control it. He was in the blood slaughter purgatory domain. Not only was his movement restricted, his strength was weakened. Even his soul and will were affected. This was the power of a domain. In the blood slaughter purgatory, Tu Ren was the ruler of this domain. He was an almost invincible existence. Ha ha ha, little bastard. You have been sealed by Benshuai's domain. Today, you will not be able to escape. You will die without a doubt. You will turn into blood and enter Benshuai's blood sea. At the peak of the blood sea, there was a mountain of white bones. Tu Ren crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood proudly at the peak of the white bone mountain. He looked down at Ji Tianqing, who was sinking in the blood sea. Other than the two of them, there were 3 other Sky Origin Realm demon kings in this blood sea domain. The 3 of them were heavily injured. But they were moving in the blood sea, absorbing the power of the blood sea with all their might to quickly recover from their injuries. Ji Tianqing saw with his own eyes that the wounds on the hideous bodies of the 3 demon kings were healing at a rapid speed. After a while, the 3 demon kings stepped on the blood sea and sped over. Waving their 10-meter-long heavy swords, they slashed out shocking saber light and sword light. Ji Tianqing immediately circulated his power and broke free of the blood sea's restraint and seal. He flew above the blood sea and fought with the 3 demon kings. Not only did he have to endure the attacks of the 3 demon kings, he was also suppressed by the power of the blood slaughter purgatory. He could only use 60% of his strength, and his speed was also reduced by half. And the 3 demon kings had not only recovered from their injuries, their strength had also increased. Their strength had doubled. In such a situation, Ji Tianqing exchanged 2 moves with the 3 demon kings. He could only push them back and was unable to kill them. Even if he used all his strength to use the Golden Emperor slash and heavily injured one of the demon kings. But the Demon King fell into the blood sea and jumped out of it not long after, its injuries healed. Seeing this result, Ji Tianqing immediately understood. In this blood sea domain, not only did Tu Ren's strength increase, the fighting strength of the three demon kings also increased. They are not afraid of being injured. If I want to kill them, I can only use an ultimate killing move to completely destroy them. He understood the ins and outs of the blood slaughter purgatory and did not hesitate. He immediately used his trump card. White Heart Demon Suppression Art. He shouted in a cold and dignified voice. He circulated this demon suppression art with all his strength and his body lit up with a sacred golden light. His entire body was wrapped in the golden light, like a golden armored war god, sacred and mighty. Even if the blood sea bobbed up and down and the blood waves surged to the sky, it could not hide the brilliance of the golden light. When the three demon kings charged over with murderous intent and surrounded him without fear of death, his eyes shone with a cold and dignified light as he shouted in a low voice. Chapter 8:13. As Ji Tianqing spoke, he waved his palms and released a dazzling divine golden light. The omnipresent holy golden light condensed into 300-meter-long golden light swords. Swish! 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 Under Ji Tianqing's control, the three giant divine swords, which were imbued with an overwhelming aura of righteousness, flew towards the three demon kings. Bam! 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 With a deafening sound, the attacks of the three demon lords were shattered by the demon vanquishing swords. Immediately after, the three demon lords were also pierced by the demon vanquishing swords. Wrapped in golden light, they flew back as fast as lightning. Before they could fall into the blood sea, their 10-meter-tall bodies exploded, smashed into pieces by the demon vanquishing swords. Ji Tianqing's strength far surpassed the three demon lords. The pure heart demon subduing art he used was a divine technique that specialized in restraining the demon race. Of course, its power was extraordinary. He used this move to kill the three demon lords on the spot. Not even their corpses were left. The broken pieces of the corpses that covered the sky were like dust that drifted into the boundless sea of blood. Seeing this, on the white bone mountain at the peak of the blood sea, Demon Commander Tu Ren's expression changed. His eyes were filled with shock. Bastard! How is this possible? The three demon lords were strengthened by Benshuai's purgatory power and were almost immortal. What sword technique did he use to dispel demon power and kill the three demon lords in an instant? At this moment, Demon Commander Tu Ren did not underestimate Ji Tianqing at all. Instead, he felt a deep sense of fear towards Ji Tianqing's marvelous sword technique. He was a soul refinement realm expert. Of course, he could see that Ji Tianqing's sword technique contained a divine aura. It was the nemesis of the evil demon Qi. Little bastard, you're not bad. You're worthy of Benshuai killing you personally. Demon Commander Tu Ren stood at the peak of the White Bone Mountain, his scarlet cape fluttering in the wind. He stared coldly at Ji Tianqing, finally enraged and filled with killing intent. He was no longer arrogant and conceited. He was going to treat Ji Tianqing seriously and go all out. Blood sea overflows the heavens, unparalleled demonic might. Tu Ren waved his palms, releasing an invisible mysterious power from his body, controlling the entire bloody massacre purgatory. As Ji Tianqing roared, the entire blood sea purgatory surged, releasing a power that could suppress heaven and earth, pressing down on Ji Tianqing. Not only that, but more than a dozen giant waves that were 1,000 meters tall were condensed from the sea of blood, and with the power to destroy everything, they crashed toward Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing was suddenly suppressed by the domain power, and he kept falling. He was about to fall into the blood sea. A few 1,000-meter-tall waves were crashing at him from all directions, trying to smash him into smithereens. At this critical moment, he did not panic. He maintained a calm mind, and the golden light that flickered all over his body became even more dazzling. A pure heart, free from filth, free from the true self. He silently chanted the white heart devil subduing spell in his heart, and his power began to circulate in his body. A sacred golden light shot up into the sky from his body. In just a few breaths of time, he dissolved the suppression of the blood sea purgatory with the power of the pure heart demon subduing art. Since then, with the protection of the white heart demon subduing art, and the sacred golden light, he was no longer suppressed by the power of the blood sea purgatory. Suddenly, without the pressure of Mount Tai, he only felt his body relax, as if he could fly into the sky. His combat power had recovered to its peak, and his movement was no longer hindered. His speed was also at its peak. When the giant waves of blood came crashing down from all directions, he used all his power without hesitation, broke through the blockade of the blood waves, and flew into the sky above the blood sea. Boom! 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 A few 1,000-meter-tall waves of blood suddenly missed their target, and they crashed into the blood sea with earth-shattering sounds. The demon marshal's human slaughter killer move missed. He immediately showed a shocked expression. At this moment, Ji Tianqing stared at him coldly and sternly. He waved his hands and formed a mysterious seal, using a sacred secret technique. Demon Sealing Palm. Endless golden light gathered in his palms, forming a giant golden palm that was as big as a palace and had a radius of 100 meters. The giant palm flashed with a blinding golden light, and it emitted a sacred aura that could suppress all evil. It was like the wrath of a god, and it was punishing him. Kill! Ji Tianqing's voice was as loud as a bell as he roared. He activated the gigantic golden palm that blotted out the sky and slammed it towards Demon Commander Tu Ren with all his might. Back when he was breaking the blood-dissipating demon curse, he used this secret technique in the depths of his soul to fight the ancient heart demon. Today, he used this secret technique for the second time, but it was to deal with a real demon, a demon commander in the soul refinement realm. Ji Tianqing was not sure if he could defeat Tu Ren, who was in the first level of the soul refinement realm. But he knew that the white heart demon subduing art was a divine technique that could suppress demons, so he was full of confidence. When the destructive demon sealing palm fell from the sky, the demon commander Tu Ren's face was full of shock, and his eyes were full of fear. But he had never truly fought with Ji Tianqing, so how could he be afraid of dodging? He could not afford to lose face. Little bastard, you're courting death. The demon commander Tu Ren roared angrily, and waved his palms with all his might, sending out two giant bloody palm shadows towards the demon sealing palm. Bang! The three giant palms collided, and a loud explosion shook the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, the two gigantic blood-red palm shadows that were as large as mountains were smashed to pieces, turning into countless blood-red fragments that scattered into the sea of blood. The sky above the blood sea turned into a world of golden light, dazzling everyone's eyes. The violent impact spread out in all directions, creating a bottomless pit in the blood sea, and stirring up waves of blood. Ji Tianqing saw with his own eyes that the demon commander Tu Ren was hit by the demon sealing palm, and flew out in a sorry state, crashing into the edge of the blood sea domain. Bang! With a muffled sound, the demon commander Tu Ren was bounced back by the domain, and fell into the blood sea powerlessly. Ji Tianqing was filled with joy, and his spirit was lifted. He clenched his fist and shouted, "The white heart demon subduing art is indeed extraordinary, and its power is actually so terrifying." This was the first time he used the white heart demon subduing art to kill an enemy. The result was surprising. With his strength of the 7th level of the Sky Origin realm, he could actually send Tu Ren, who was in the 1st level of the Soul Refinement realm, flying with one palm. This was absolutely a shocking and unprecedented miracle. In fact, when Ji Tianqing killed Duanmu Huang's soul was severely injured, and his strength was greatly reduced, which was equivalent to the strength of a LV1 soul refining stage cultivator. At that time, he was only LV6 Sky Origin stage cultivator, and he used all his strength and his ultimate skill to kill Duanmu Huang. Now that he was even stronger, reaching LV7 Sky Origin stage, of course he was qualified to fight a LV1 Soul Refining stage cultivator. Especially, he used the White Heart Demon subduing art, which could restrain the power of the demons, which increased his battle strength. The demon commander Tu Ren struggled in the Blood Sea for a while, and then flew back to the sky in a sorry state. This was too embarrassing. As a demon commander, he was actually slapped away by a Sky Origin stage human brat. This was absolutely a great humiliation. He glared at Ji Tianqing with eyes full of hatred, and shouted furiously, "Ji Tianqing! You lowly worm, how can you be a match for Benshui? Benshui will kill you, and burn your bones to ashes." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.